Hello, everyone. It is your YouTuber who just kind of is the internet equivalent of an octopus, I guess. Good old Predator 626268 right here and now. And yes, I am going to be doing yet another tier ranking list. The laziest form of content there is. Actually, no, the laziest form of content there is basically just taking Ask Reddit posts and then having a generic British AI program blandly and without any form of deviation, just say the post out loud and have that be done with it. That's the laziest form of YouTube content there is. But let's not throw shade here. But once again, I am doing a good old fashioned tier list. Yay! I'm sure you guys all love those. And yes, I do know that both the Dead Space remake and the Resident Evil 4 remake have been out for a while now. I will get around to both of those eventually at some point. When? I can't say. Hopefully before May, if everything goes according to plan. So, let us get into it. Yeah, as you can probably guess, this is a bunch of car logos. And you're probably thinking to yourself, oh shit, he's one of those guys, isn't he? He's a car nerd. And yeah. Sorry to disappoint you all, but I am a massive car guy. A massive opinionated car guy at that. So I'm sure this video will be extra fun to all the people who just detest that sort of content. You're in for a treat now, bucko. But I am. I've been a car nerd since high school. Cars have been my life ever since. I've owned quite a few cars for someone my age. I've driven plenty of cars for someone my age, especially considering where my old job was. Every job that I've had, not every job that I've had, but almost every job I've had since 2018 has been related to the automotive industry in some way, shape, or form. I eat, sleep, breathe cars on a daily basis. I've probably forgotten more about cars than most people will bother to ever know in their entire lifetime. So, of course, why not do the laziest thing there is and go through a tier list of all the major car manufacturers that are out there and give my own personal rankings for it? Uh, so, quick rundown of how this list works, the rules and everything. I am not going to just be looking at the cars that you can buy brand new off the showrooms. I'm actually going to look at all these brands from a historical context as well, because I love history like that, and I know my car history, for almost everything. But I'm going to be taking a look and ranking these brands not just on what they sell today, but what they used to sell back then, back in, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago, if that. Wow. So that's what I'm going to take into account here. Second criteria of this is basically just, if I've driven their cars, that will personally also give me my own uh, influence my definitive rankings because, you know, if I've driven them, then I could say opinions about them. And if I've driven a lot of their cars, then, you know, I've got my opinions on them. So, I will try and say that there is no such thing as an S tier car brand, in my opinion, because I don't really think any car company can be labeled S tier, because S tier to me means perfect or damn near close to perfect. And every car manufacturer, in my opinion, has had peaks and valleys. More valleys than peaks, more peaks than valleys, but still, there is that. So just as a prerequisite here, there probably won't be any S tier car brands on this list. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be F tier car lists though, because oh yeah, they're going to be there. And as the final disclosure to all of this, and I cannot stress this point enough, I know that so many people decide to deliberately misinterpret this for the sake of easy hate clicks and to feel justified about their blind zealotry with regards to certain things, but this is just my opinion. Opinion. This is not fact. This is not the truth. This is nothing definitive to do it. This is just one asshole's over opinion opinionated list and rankings based on his own over opinionated opinions, as it were. Now, that's not to say that these opinions come from ignorance, because they don't, but at the end of the day, I have my sort of things. I know what kind of car guy I am. I know what I like and what I don't like. I will try to remain as objective as I possibly can, but there are no guarantees here. This is all just what I have to say. And if you disagree with me in a civil way, that's fine. If you disagree with me in a non-civil way, that's also fine. You can kindly fuck off. But that is all the ground rules. That's all of them. We good? We good? No hate? Nothing anyone wants to say? We're all set. Okay. Let's get to it. And this is definitely going to be a long video because I love to ramble about history and stuff. First up on the list, good old-fashioned Fiat. I could easily be lazy and do the whole fix it again, Tony joke and just leave it at that. But suffice it to say, I don't like Fiat. I don't. There's just not a lot of Fiat cars out there that just appeal to me in some way. I just look at Fiat and I think, well, it's cheap, basic Italian transportation for the Italian masses. I mean, that's not to say that they can't make cool stuff like, the coupes that they made like in the 60s, early 70s, like the Dino coupes. Those are pretty cool cars. The Barchetta, okay, it's wrong wheel drive, but it's still an interesting little two-seater roadster. The 124 Spider, both the old one back from the 70s and the new one, which is just an MX-5 covered in pasta sauce. Interesting little cars. So I'm not going to deny that Fiat hasn't made interesting things. The coupe from the 90s, that weird like coupe with like the that had like a 20 valve turbo inline 5-cylinder variant. That's a pretty interesting car, but for the most part it's just kind of dull, cheap, generic Italian cars that don't really work all that well and don't seem very exciting to drive. And it doesn't help that their entire new thing, their kind of new strategy is basically, let us make it the Fiat 500 and make many variants of it. And I've driven a Fiat 500 before. I've driven a Fiat 500 for about an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes in my last job. I don't like them. Aside from the fact that I am about 6'5" and close to about 250 pounds, so my fat American ass can't fit in them with anything resembling a degree of comfort. I think the interiors are kind of. Actually, the interiors look kind of cool. That's the only thing about them. Everything else, though, from the weedy, ratty kind of engines to the bad ride, which you sort of expect from the lack of storage space, that's there. I mean, and the fact that they're not reliable and that they're a pain in the ass to work on. I mean, it's basically the Fiat 500. The new Fiat 500 is basically just the new the new Beetle for the 2010 era's age. Everyone loved it for its retro kind of quirky looks, and girls bought it because, oh, it's so cute, it's so adorable. And then we found out 5 years later, wow, this thing is a massive pile of steaming goat shit. Why would anyone be dumb enough to buy these things? And I know some of you are going to add and be like, well, what about the Fiat 500 of Barth? What about... Okay, for the price of a Fiat 500 Abarth, you could probably get yourself another good hot hatchback that's going to be infinitely more reliable, infinitely more practical, and doesn't make you look like a complete goober. Okay? So I don't want to hear it about the Fiat 500 Abarth, okay? But it's not just the standard Fiat 500. You know, you have the Fiat 500X, that ugly, fat little crossover that's also a huge hunk of junk. You've got the cabriolet because a cabriolet for tiny little two-seater car that seems cool. You had the electric variants that just kind of fed into the stereotype that, oh, all electric cars are just tiny little, you know piddly little things that can't go very fast and only have limited range. That's sort of very negative electric car stereotype that we've had for God knows how long. I mean, there's nothing to Fiat that I can personally think of off the top of my head that I would look at and go, hey, that seems interesting, or hey, that seems cool, outside of a few very specific models. Would I ever own a Fiat? Probably not. Like, not even those kind of cool models that I mentioned, like the Barchetta, the Coupe, the Dino Coupe, the 124 Spider. For that sort of price, if I'm buying if I'm gonna buy an Italian car, it's gonna be something with a lot more panache, more je ne sais quoi, more arrivederci, as the Italians would say, something that is a lot that more appealing to having to put up with the bullshit of buying an Italian car. And for the most part, Fiat doesn't do that. And I know how historical they've been. They're one of the oldest brands there. They own, tons of car companies right now and all this sort of stuff. But there's nothing in their product line that I can personally say I would buy. And there's very little, if any, models that just appeal to me, even from a historical context. So D tier for Fiat. Next up is Alfa Romeo. I know there are plenty of people who say, and the Top Gear boys have said this numerous times, you can't be a true petrol head until you've owned an Alfa Romeo. I don't believe that's true, especially not here in the US, where Alfa Romeo has only recently gotten back into the US market after what, a 30-year absence. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to go over real well. And surprise, it hasn't. Have I driven an Alfa Romeo car? No, I have not. I mean, at my old job, we did get some Giulias and some Stelvios in, but I didn't immediately go to those and want to be like, wow, that's something I really want to take out and drive. I hope I get to drive one of those. There's just kind of, oh, that's cool. Next. And like, I'm thinking back to all the other Alfa Romeo models off the top of my head that I can think of. I know everyone goes back to the classic, Spider from the 60s, but let's be honest here with ourselves. The Spider was completely long in the tooth by that point. You're talking about a car that started back in 1961, 63. It didn't in production until about 1994 or 95. It went on too long. It was ancient. It was primordial by that point in time. So, you know, the Alfa Romeo Spider just kind of, like if they just did it like during like from 63 to about 73. Like when the first oil crisis came and the US market was considering banning convertibles and that was it. I think the Spider to me anyways would be more appealing, but Fiat just, sorry, not Fiat. Alfa Romeo just kept producing it, and it just kind of lost all its luster. And yeah, um, what other Alfa Romeos there are? I mean, there is the aforementioned Giulia that I mentioned. It's kind of cool looking. I do like how it looks. I don't know how good the interiors are. I've never sat in one of them, and I'm sure the performance stirs the soul and is very nice and has that Italia feel to it. Viva la Italia! But for the prices that they're asking for, especially with the Quadrifoglio, with like the turbo V8 in it, which is really the only one that's worth getting, in my opinion. For the prices that they're asking for, you could easily get similar sports sedans and, just sedans in general in that kind of price range, And it's not even like, it's not even like, stuff like just the standard German stuff of, BMW 5 Series, Audi A6, Mercedes Class, or anything like that. I know they just discontinued it, but the Lexus GS, kind of in that same sort of size category to me, that seems like a better deal. The Cadillac CT5 just seems like a better option to take. You know, what else is there? Trying to think off the top of my head, and I'm really not. But yeah, there's just I don't see the appeal of Alfa Romeo myself. Like, even thinking back to the historical models, they've made some pretty ugly cars. The Mito, the 166, the 156, the oh god, what else is there? There have been some pretty minging Alfa Romeos there. But but would I own one? I can't say for certain. I mean, there are some cars from Alfa Romeo that I do actually kind of like the Montreal from the 70s. Love that car. Awesome little car. It's probably going to be fragile as hell, but I'm sure it's a really nice sort of car to just get out there and drive. The 159 and the Brera from like the mid 2000s, I think those cars are very sharp. They're driven by the wrong wheels, but I imagine that you get a good engine in them with a manual gearbox. They're plenty I imagine they'd be pretty fun. They're very stylish. I still think they look pretty cool even today. Those cars have aged really well. I wouldn't mind taking a Giulia out for a test drive at some point, especially if it was the Quadrifoglio variant. But I don't know if I would say that I would own those Alfa Romeos if I had the money to own one of those to own any car I want. That an Alfa Romeo would be kind of the one I go for. So for me, that is going to be in C tier. The only reason is because there are more cars than Fiat that I can think of that are more appealing. But aside from that, I personally don't see the appeal of Alfa Romeo that a lot of people strongly resonate and identify with it. I it's not my cup of tea. But if you like them, hey, cool. Nobody said we all had to get along and like the same things. Next up is Acura. Good old Honda's luxury brand. The first Japanese luxury brand over here in the good old United States of America. Eh. That's all I can really say about Acura is just eh. Because first off, I think that Honda, out of all the Japanese brands, as it were, outside of maybe oddballs like Subaru, to me they seem to be the least brand that prides itself on being a luxurious experience for a car. I mean, when I think of, you know, like I'm not just even talking about like the the manufacturers that we have over here in the United States. I'm thinking JDM market, and I think Toyota had the Century and the Crown, Nissan had the President, Mitsubishi had the Debonair and the Dignity, even Mazda had the Unos brand. And like the Cosmos series and stuff like that, which I know those aren't like luxury cars necessarily, but the idea behind them is still the same. But Honda, there's just like no luxury Hondas I can think of, even in JDM terms, that I can look at and be like, yeah, that's a traditional luxury car. Hondas have always been kind of sporty. which granted makes Hondas fun to drive, but as far as a luxury car is concerned, like I okay, to give you an idea of the kind of um, car guy that I am, I very much am of the opinion that luxury of old school luxury. So like traditional rolls, like the traditional cars that were made pre-gas crisis. So the big Cadillacs and the big Lincolns and the Rollses and the Bentleys and stuff like that. To me, luxury is very much about getting the biggest car there is with the most interior room, with the best quality of materials, the best ride quality, the best V8 or V12 engine you can buy, and you just cruise in total serene silence and comfort from a car that basically feels like sitting on your couch at home. That to me is luxury. No techno bullshit. No, oh, it's got to be a sports sedan and it's got to go around the Nürburgring real fast. None of that. None of that. That's not luxury to me. And it never will be. I don't care what anyone says. That is my personal opinion. And when I think of that traditional paradigm of what luxury is in cars, Honda just doesn't fit with it. You know? So to have Acura be like a luxurious Honda, to me, it's just like, huh? And it doesn't help that, you know, like I've driven some Acuras before. They've mostly been like the big MDX and RDX crossovers. They're fine cars. You know, the interiors on the newest ones are really nice. In all honesty, like these are nice cars. They drive fine. They've got decent engines in them. They make decent power. But there's nothing there outside of like a couple extra options or just a slightly nicer tier that makes me think, well, why don't I just get this similar Honda equivalent that's probably a lot cheaper? They've just never had that sort of image to them, at least to me. I know in like the 80s when they had the Legend, that was different. When they had cars like the RL and the Vigor and the Integra and the NSX for that kind of sporty sort of luxury, but that image hasn't been around for a long time now. I'm trying to remember the last car that Acura had that really embodied it, besides the failed NSX that came out like in 2017 that really didn't set the world on fire. I think the last car probably would have been like the TSX or the RSX, maybe just off the top of my head. But aside from that, not really. They're fine cars. They're Hondas. They're gonna last forever if you take care of them and that sort of stuff. But they just have very little personal appeal to me. Even when I think of the few cars from Acura I might own, I wouldn't mind owning like a Legend at some point, like a first generation, second generation Honda Acura Legend, just to see how it was. I definitely wouldn't say no to an NSX. But to me, I've always associated NSXs just as being pure Hondas. I think the only reason that they were badge Acuras here is because there ain't no way in hell that you're going to sell a mid-engine supercar for $65,000 in a Honda showroom. It just wasn't going to happen. Um, but like the Integra never really kind of wowed me in any way, and even just their newer stuff is just kind of it's all right, but I wouldn't say it's something that I'm blown away by. But there are worse cars to be in, but there are also better cars to be in. So yeah, Acura's going in C tier. All right, Citroen is next up. Ah, vive la France. Um, I have noticed something, and maybe it's just speaking from my very American centric viewpoint, but there's not a whole lot of people here that are car guys that really gravitate towards the French. You may see some admiration for some French cars and some French makes, but other than that, It's not really. No, not really. Um, Mainly just because we don't get them here for the most part, so we can't really drive them at all, and mostly just because they're not really appealing to us. I guess you could say part of it is nationalism. I certainly don't want to be I certainly wouldn't drive like something that required a specialty garage to go to that's like really far away and to get all the points there. And I have no doubt that there is something kind of strange about, you know, expecting a car to work from a bunch of cheese eating surrender monkeys. But, that sort of thing just isn't there. So I very much have kind of no opinion on the French manufacturers. I think Citroen's the only one really, because I do think there are some. I think out of all of them, Citroen's the only one I have any positive feelings towards. I mean, they're such weird, off the cuff, strange cars. Unlike a certain other brand, which we'll get to later. But I really kind of do dig Citroen doing its own thing, especially, like I would love to own a Citroen at some point. They made some cool cars. Like the SM is a really beautiful car. I really love that. Really think it's a great car that's held up and still looks futuristic, even though it came out in the 70s. The XM and the ZM, or like the ZX, I think. This even weird stuff like the C6 and the C4 Cactus. Those are some funky cars, but I kind of like it. You know, there is kind of a style, kind of a raison d'être, as it were, to Citroen, and I do really kind of enjoy a lot of their cars. Most of it is just going to be historical models and stuff like that. There's not a lot of stuff that they're making now that I kind of look at and I'm like, ooh, that really interests me. It's all kind of older models, but still, if I had the money to import them and I were mad enough to want to take care of them, I could see myself owning a Citroen. So to me, Citroen's going to go in B character. I'm not saying they're 100% brilliant, but I am saying that out of all the French brands there are, they have the most amount of cars that I would want to own and actually like, export and all that. So that says something. Oh, good. Chevrolet. Oh, all of my American car driving ancestors are going to kill me at this point. Yes, I have ties to good old General Motors. My family worked for General Motors. I've worked for General Motors. You know, it's in my blood. Chevy runs deep, and all that sort of stuff. And I know that American car manufacturers still love to get the brunt of all the shit from all the internet guys. Granted, they're still not perfect at the end of the day, but everyone still loves to treat them like it was the dark days of the 80s through the early 2000s where they just made dog shit. And I can attest to that. There have been some Chevrolet cars that we've owned that have been dog shit. There have been some Chevrolet cars that I've driven that were dog shit. So I totally understand it. Like, oof. Yeah, Chevy's just a tough one to really grasp because when I think of Chevrolet, if you say to me, what is Chevy in your mind? To me, Chevy is I think of all the good stuff that Chevrolet made during kind of their glory days, and even some of the stuff they do right now. I think of the Corvette. You know, Mostly I think mainly toward the C2, C3, even the C4, C7 sort of generations of the Corvette because those are the generations I like the most. But I will admit that for the most part, all the Corvettes have been pretty stellar cars. I mean, there is a reason people still love these Corvettes to a certain degree. I know they've got old man boomer stink on them. Totally get that. And I think if you buy a Slushbox Corvette, you just suck at life. You know, manual or nothing when it comes to a Corvette. That is the one opinionated asshole car guy sort of thing that I agree with the collective high and then still stand behind. But they're cool cars. I mean, I like Corvettes. You know, the classic Impalas from, the 60s. 60s. Great cars. GM sold a million of them. They sold like 1.1 million of them in just 1 year alone. And Impalas were reliable cars. They were stylish. You could get them with so many options. You could get them in so many ways. They were dependable. Those are really cool cars. The Chevelles, awesome muscle cars. I love the Chevelles so much. Uh, so much. I like the full size Caprices that they made. Well, I kind of like the Caprices that they made from you know, kind of like late 60s, early 70s. Once you get into like 74, they just lose me. I think they're just pretty ugly. Then you get to the downsized Caprices, which I still think are pretty cool. And then after like 79, when they got rid of the 350, except for law enforcement, to me, there's just no point in it because really, who wants to drive around with a car with a 305 in it, honestly? Um, what else? The Suburbans, great vehicles. I love Chevy Suburbans. If I had the money for a Chevy Suburban right now, gas prices be damned, I would totally get one. They are such good vehicles. That they're reliable, they're dependable, they've got plenty of space. They've got plenty of practicality. If you get them on 18-inch wheels, they ride super well. They're such great highway cars. Cars so comfortable and smooth. They're the size of a school bus, I admit, but you know, those are great cars. Me personally, I'm gonna get a lot of shit for this, but I really prefer Chevy trucks over everything else. To me, I like how Chevy trucks look compared to the competition for the most part. I, like how they drive better than the competition. Their engines aren't as good as Dodge's, but I've always felt that Chevys have had the best ride quality out of all the major pickup manufacturers. You know, they tend to be fairly reliable, certain issues notwithstanding. I like Chevy trucks. Excuse me. So, I'm not saying that Chevy has made bad cars, but I also can't admit that Chevy hasn't made their fair share of stinkers. You know, like you look back to Chevrolet during the 60s. Outside of maybe the first generation Corvair, there's very little I would argue is bad. And then you get into the 70s where you've got the fat Caprices that I mentioned that I just think are terrible. You had the neutered Corvettes. You had the neutered Camaros. You had the Vega, the Monza, the Chevette. Terrible cars. Then you got into the 80s where their cars were even worse. This is where the Cavalier came in. The Celebrity, the Corsica, the original ceasefire Camaros from 1984. Oh my God, those were terrible. Um, and then the 90s came along, and they were still making the Cavalier, and they were still making the Corsica. They had the Lumina. They had the front wheel drive Monte Carlos. They had the big Shamu Caprices, which were good cars, admittedly, but Jesus Christ, they were not very attractive, especially the early ones. My God. And this is coming from someone who loves big American cars, by the way. You know, and in the 2000s, they were still making junk. You still had the Cavalier. You had the SSR, the HHR. You had the fucking first gen Colorados. Those were garbage trucks. You had the Trailblazer, the first generation Equinox. the Chevy Venture minivans. Terrible stuff. And like even into the 2010s and 2020s, outside of a few models, I'm not saying Chevrolet has the best reputation. Like I like the final generation of Impalas from like 2014 to 2020, but I'm not going to say that they had like a place in like the automotive pantheon as it were. They're good cars, but it's kind of like the great GM thing of it's a great car to buy used, not necessarily a great car to buy new. You know, I've driven like, a couple Cruises and Malibus. They're mediocre in all honesty. I don't like the interiors on them even still. The dynamics are for the most part, you know. They're freaking SUVs that don't say either Tahoe or Suburban on it. They're pretty they're kind of jank. I'm not gonna lie. Equinoxes, what else? The Traverse, stuff like that. Really not that good. The Sonic, the Spark. I don't even like the Camaros all that much. Like, if you get an LS Camaro, yeah, it's fun, it's nice, but the ride's really stiff on them. The interiors aren't that great on them. You can't see shit out of them. And as far as I'm concerned, compared to the Mustang or the Challenger, they don't really add up. So, like, when I think of the good stuff Chevy does, it's really, really good. When I think of the bad stuff Chevy does, ugh, it's terrible. It's awful. Not as awful as some I can think of. Still pretty bad, nevertheless. Um, so I guess with everything being said and done, with everything kind of all things equal to all men and women and all that sort of stuff, I guess I'm gonna put Chevrolet. Yep. I think it kind of has to like meet out in the middle at some point because there's too much good stuff for them to go lower, but there's too much bad stuff for them to go higher. So it just kind of has to in the middle. Next up is Saleen. Um, Honestly, I wouldn't even really call Saleen a car manufacturer. They're a tuning house, in all honesty. Yes, they make their own products. They make their own brands of Mustang and stuff like that. They made the S7, which to me is kind of a really jank car in all honesty. I never got the appeal of the S7 at all, other than it go fast. I just have no opinion on it. I don't even know if their cars are just bad or good. They're just kind of eh. So Saline goes there. Fafik Oh, Fafik Um, ugh. I don't like Volkswagen. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I don't like Volkswagen. Uh, Not at all, but pretty darn close to at all. Like when I think of, because I've driven some newer Volkswagen models, and really the only ones that have kind of impressed me have been the Golf GTIs. And I kind of wish I knew enough stick to drive around in a manual GTI because I imagine it'd be a lot of fun. But I still think even the GTIs, as good as they are, overpriced for what they are. In all honesty, so to me, they're just kind of, you know, again, kind of great used car bargain. But considering Volkswagen's reputation or lack thereof for build quality, reliability, dependability, all that stuff, uh, you'd have to be really like, um, have to be really hard up for it when there are other options there. But and not all of this is just Dieselgate. I don't give a shit about Dieselgate in all honesty, but you know, I've driven like the Tiguan's, which are pretty bland and forgettable SUVs. I've driven the Jettas, pretty forgettable SUVs. I do remember one time I was driving a Jetta and I went to adjust like the seat back because it had a manual seat back, and the handle for the seat back literally came off in my hand as I was adjusting it. So don't ever tell me that German. German car manufacturers build better than American stuff or have better interiors ever again, because that was stupid. I've never had a car do that before, except for that Jetta. Um, the driving dynamics are, eh, but just like the reliability, the price you pay for servicing and all that for just kind of cars isn't really all that good in my opinion. And they've made plenty of junk, I would say. The Tuaregs are just terrible cars. Absolutely awful vehicles. You know, they released the Phaeton and expected it to sell well. I'm not saying the Phaeton is bad, but ain't nobody going to buy a $90,000 Volkswagen. You know, rich people who have that kind of money to blow on a big four-door sedan like that are not going to go to the same dealership and get the same service and get to the same garage that 19-year-old Jaden with his parents like funds goes to buy a brand new Jetta GTI that he's going to like slam and cut and put a big fart pipe on it. It just wasn't going to happen, okay? It wasn't. The new Beetles, terrible cars. Even though, in my opinion, the original Volkswagen Beetle isn't that good of a car either. The hippie vans, ugh, terrible. That being said, like, Volkswagen's made some cool cars. Like, I acknowledge the Phaeton is, you know, I wouldn't want to own a Phaeton, but I'll admit they're pretty cool, even if they are kind of blandly styled. The Corrados from the '90s, those are pretty cool. First gen, like Golfs and Scirocco's, those seem pretty fun with the right specs and everything. Actually, most of the generations of the Golf and the Scirocco are pretty decent little cars, I think, in their own right. Um, but aside from that, there's just not a lot there to Volkswagen, and what there is to Volkswagen is just really overpriced and really not worth the price. So to me, Volkswagen is D tier. Oh, mm, oh, good old Oldsmobile. Um, I like Oldsmobile a lot. I like a lot of their cars. You know, the old rear drive Cutlass Supremes, the first generation Tornado, a lot of the generations of like the 98, you know, there, the 442. There's some really good Oldsmobiles, and I even kind of like the weirder, kind of more experimental stuff that they did towards the end of their life, like the first generation Aurora. I think that's a pretty cool car. I don't know if I would ever want to own one, but it's pretty interesting in all honesty. Um, the first gen Bravadas are kind of interesting, even though I just know they're reskinned S10 Blazers at the end of the day. Um, what else? But like, there's a lot of Oldsmobile cars I like, but I also am not going to dismiss the fact that GM really did mismanage Oldsmobile toward the end of its life. And it's not just because of the It's Not Your Father's Oldsmobile campaign, though that's part of it. It's just that they weren't making very good cars. Like the first, like the downsized Oldsmobiles from like 85 to 86 were the absolute worst. Like the Tornado, the 88, the 98, the Cutlass Sierra, the Cutlass Calais, the front wheel drive Cutlass Supremes. Terrible, terrible vehicles. Absolutely atrocious. They were shrunken, they were diminutive, the quality wasn't good. Really, the only thing that was good about them was that you could get a 3.8 liter Buick V6 in them. That was it. But even then, it wasn't like the 3800, Series 1 and Series 2 Buick V6s that we know. These still had the timing chain guides and like the felt timing chains that will like just grenade themselves at the worst opportune time. So, you know, even that's not much of a positive when you really understand the technicals of it. But they just completely mismanaged that brand, and to me, it's kind of sad because Oldsmobile made some really cool cars back in like the '60s and even toward the '70s, like the downsized '98s. I think I like those cars. I honestly would own. I would honestly own a 77 through 79 Oldsmobile 98 over a Cadillac DeVille of the same vintage. And I mean that sincerely. You know, I like, the first gen Toronados a lot. I even kind of like the second gen Toronados that just kind of became discount Cadillac Eldorados. The Color Supremes were great cars. 76 Color Supreme, first car that wasn't from Ford or Chevy to sell over 1 million cars in 1 year. And they still look good to this day. And they had plenty of great engines in them, and they drove really well and that sort of thing. But you know, man, the 80s were just a rough time for them. The 80s were a rough time for all the American manufacturers, but and then GM announced in 2000, oh yeah, Olds is going away because we fucked it up. But I will say that towards the end of its life, unlike the other GM brands, I will say that towards the end of its life, Oldsmobile had a really kind of interesting lineup. You still had rematch stuff like the Bravada and the Silhouette and all that, but like the Intrigue was easily, in my opinion, the best W8 sedan that there was out of the entire W8 lineup. The first gen Aurora was pretty cool. It had a lot of cool, interesting stuff to it. I don't know if it was exactly the most dependable car, but it was still pretty cool nevertheless. Like even the little Aleros I don't think are terrible in all retrospect. So they got a kind of sort of decent lineup toward the end, but man, like everyone always says, "Oh, I want Pontiac back instead of this." I always want Oldsmobile back because I just think of all the cool cars that Olds made, and I am biased towards it, even though I've only driven like two Oldsmobiles in my entire life. But there is kind of this charm and appeal that I have to them. But so I'm gonna put them in B tier. It's their mid '80s kind of portion that really throws me off. But other than that, there's a lot of Oldsmobiles I wouldn't mind owning. Oh yeah, this is gonna be the first hot take that I put Oldsmobile over Alfa Romeo. But trust me, folks, the hot takes are gonna come. But again, my opinion. Next up is good old Honda. Hmm. I've driven a lot of Hondas. I've driven, a couple generations of Civics, couple Accords, the CRVs, Pilots, Odysseys. You know, I haven't driven like the really cool stuff that everyone kind of slobber knockers over. Like I've never driven an NSX. I've never driven a S2000. I've never driven like a Type R Civic or those sorts of things. But you know, out of the big three Japanese brands, Nissan, Toyota, Honda, when it comes to their base cars, I honestly prefer Honda the best. Like Hondas are just, you know, I just turned my fan on. Sorry if the mic's picking it up, but like out of all the cars that I've driven, Hondas tend to be the best. They have the best interiors to my mind. They tend to have the best engines, the most fun feeling engines. Ride qualities actually tends to be better than most of the other cars on the list. There is an appeal to Hondas, as it were. I like Hondas, but and really when I think of because every like I've always said that every brand is like every brand has kind of their peaks and their valleys. Really, outside of the um, Honda Accords, not the Accords, the Civics, like the early 2010 Civics, that, and I have driven them. They're not exactly the best cars. The interiors are pretty cheap on them. They're not dynamically that fantastic. Outside of that, there's really not a whole lot I can say about Honda that's like, oh, this is a black eye toward Honda. They haven't had like a real kind of valley sort of year. And I mean, not every car they make is perfect. I don't care for CRVs, but they serve a function. The pilots are kind of all right. Um, you know, but if I had to buy a Japanese car, I would definitely buy a Honda. You know, to me, it would have to have a manual transmission in it, and I'd love to own like kind of like the earlier cooler Hondas, especially like the third generation Prelude and stuff like that. So I've got nothing really bad to say about Honda. Honda's A tier in my opinion. They're good. They're solid. Buy a Honda. Depend on a Honda. It works. Ferrari. Oh boy. So, oh, what is it about Ferrari? You know, like, okay. I already said that I'm not like the typical car guy enthusiast sort of thing, but I think even typical car guys or car enthusiasts, as the internet likes to stereotype them, even they are kind of like, Ferrari's overrated. Ferrari's overrated. And you know what? In all honesty, they're right. To me, Ferrari is like the Rolex of the car world. You know, they had they made a bunch of brilliant products during like the 60s and the 50s and the 70s and all that sort of stuff, but they've rested on their laurels for too long. Their products are still high quality, but the competition is easily closing in on their lunch. They're really arrogant about how they are, and they just kind of have this whole fuck you, deal with it attitude toward even their most loyal customers. And every single obnoxious clout chaser on the face of the planet wants one, because nothing says wealth like buying that specific brand and expecting people to be impressed by it. And you know what? When it comes to the people who don't know any better, they are going to be impressed by it. But when it comes to people who know that industry inside and out, they're not going to be. Perfect metaphor right there. And all the old products that are the only ones that I would buy that have the appeal are way too expensive, and the new ones I just look at and I'm like, eh. Like I look at Ferrari's lineup, like the 296. I know it's gonna get discontinued. No, it's going to discontinue soon. Like the F8 Tributo, the A12 Superfast, the LaFerrari, and all those cars that kind of made like this decade and last decade. I look at all that stuff and I'm like, doesn't really appeal to me. In all honesty, like I think the last kind of cool Ferrari I would potentially own would have been the 458 Italia, but even that's kind of cliched. When I think of the Ferraris that I would own, I think back to all the cool cars they made during the 70s and the 80s and even the 90s. I think of cars like um I think of like the Daytona. I'd love to own a Daytona. I think those are awesome cars. The Testarossa, kind of dated, kind of flawed, but it still got its cool factor. 288 GTO, way too expensive, but I'd love to own one of those. I'd love to just test drive a 288 GTO at some point. The 456, I kind of dig. Not everyone likes it. I kind of do. The F355 Berlinetta, that's pretty cool. The 36 Moderna is another really nice Ferrari. That one actually has grown on me quite a bit, the 360. Um, but outside of all the classic stuff before the turn of the millennium, there's not really a whole lot of stuff I look at Ferrari and I'm like, yes, I want that over anything else. Now, granted, it's also because, like I said, not your typical car enthusiast, not like a sports car guy, not a supercar guy. That kind of stuff just doesn't appeal to me anymore. It did when I was starting out, not so much now. But you know, I, in all honesty, I think Ferrari kind of really needs to shit or get off the pot as far as I'm concerned with their cars. They just can't keep resting on their laurels and have their draconic policies and their anti-customer service and all that sort of stuff. They just can't do it anymore. And their products don't justify that mentality to still be a part of it. So, hate me all you want. I'm just saying, like, there's plenty of Ferrari models I would love to own, but they're all back from before I was born or when I was young. Um, but now in the year of our Lord 2023, not really. Next up, like it. Um, I have one question. Why does this brand exist to begin with? Why? Literally, it is just the ultimate example of Dubai and stupid rich Saudi oil money kind of mentality. I mean, it's not to be like, okay, it is kind of a performance car, but like when you've got a supercar that you limit to like not to like single digit units and you put diamonds in your headlights and you've got gold stitching in your seats, at that point you're just kind of you may as well just take that money and light it on fire as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't help that the Lycan cars are ugly as hell, in my opinion, and they just cost way too much. Like, as much as I don't like Bugatti, I can at least admire them from the technical aspect of their engineering. But Lycan, sorry, sorry, sorry. Next up is Hennessy. Again, I wouldn't necessarily say that Hennessy is a car brand specifically. They're a tuning house. They make fast cars for fast people, but they're it's all based around normal cars. Oh, but they made the Venom. Yeah, a modified Lotus Exige platform that they stuffed a supercharged LS into. That's an original car. Uh-huh. Sure, buddy. Again, kind of like Saline. I don't understand the appeal of it at all. To me, they're overpriced, so yeah. F tier seems right. Next up is Renault. Back to the French. Ho, ho, ho. Eh, hold on a second. Sorry about that. Um, if you told me to describe a Renault car, off the top of my head, it'd be very hard. Like, I don't even really know if there's a whole lot of Renault models that are out there. Like, there's the Megane. Like, off the top of my head, I'm just saying off the top of my head, from what I remember from Top Gear and racing games, there's the Clio, there's the Megane, there's um, there's the Scenic, there's the what's the minivan? The Espace. Uh, that's about it, really. I mean, they to me Renault was just kind of the ultimate their car brand. They make cars. Some of them go fast. Some of them may seem kind of cool, but other than that, they're just they fill up space. They're there. So yeah, kind of D's here. I don't have a whole lot to say about it because they're just so unmemorable to me. Oh, and now we come to Plymouth. Oh, Plymouth, Plymouth, Plymouth. So Plymouth had a really good run from about the 60 from about 1957 to about 1973. And after that, they just kind of into irrelevance, you know. Because when I think of Plymouth cars, really when any guy thinks of Plymouth cars, we all just think of the stuff from the 60s and the 70s. We think of the Barracuda, we think of the Roadrunner, the GTX, the Valiant, the Fury, stuff like that. And they're good cars. I'm not going to say that they're not good cars, but compared to Chevrolet and Ford, which is who Plymouth was meant to compete against in Chrysler's lineup, they make some cool cars, but they're just kind of eh, not really exciting outside the muscle cars that everyone loves and fawns over. And even then, I would only say that the only reason it's there is because one, Chrysler build quality was completely hit and miss during that time period, just like it is now. So all the bad examples got turned to rust, and all the good examples probably got wrapped around a tree at some point. So it's more just the laws of scarcity than anything else, you know. But when I think of like classic muscle cars to own, I don't immediately go to like the GTX or the Roadrunner or the Barracuda or stuff like that. They're kind of far down on the list as far as I'm concerned. Not bad, not bad cars, but they're just sort of okay. They're cool, but there's stuff that I like that's better. And then in the 70s, they just kind of slowly started to decline further and further and further until really by the end of their life, they just needed to be taken out to the back and have a bullet put in between their beady little eyes because really all they were selling at that point were just rebadged Mitsubishis or rebadged Chrysler products. They were selling K car variants, they were selling minivan variants, they were selling warmed over Mitsubishis badged as Plymouths. Although it did give us the coolest rebadge name in the form of the Plymouth Laser for their rebadge of the first generation Mitsubishi Eclipse. But other than that, there was no reason for Plymouth to exist into the next millennium. And I know there are some guys that are going to be like, well, what about the Plymouth Roadrunner? That seems pretty cool. The Plymouth Roadrunner could have been fantastic. The not Roadrunner, sorry. The Plymouth Roadrunner is cool. The Prowler, that's what I meant, the Prowler. My bad. Got that mixed up. The Plymouth Prowler. Everyone going, well, what about the Plymouth Prowler? The Plymouth Prowler was pretty cool. It was a factory hot rod. It had potential. The Plymouth Prowler's awesome. Yeah, an ugly little factory hot rod that, in all honesty, I think is fairly ugly. That's got the 3.5 liter V6 engine that would be used in the Chrysler Pacifica and made it to a 4-speed automatic slush box. That cost way too much brand new and did not have the performance to back it up. And you're going to use that and say that Plymouth was worthy of surviving, or that that it had a reason to exist. Don't make me laugh. Told you I was an asshole when it came to this stuff. But so yeah, Plymouth kind of goes in D tier. Outside of a few cool cars that, again, I wouldn't mind owning, but even the cool stuff, there's stuff that I would own more. And you know, after about 75 or so, they didn't have a reason to exist. Sorry. Next up, Rolls Royce. I mean, I know some people are gonna be baffled if I don't put this in S tier because we use Rolls Royce as an expression now because of the quality associated with it. This is the Rolls Royce of steaks. This is the Rolls Royce of this and this. It's a brand name synonymous with quality and peak performance. And in truth, they make good cars. I think they're a bit overpriced for what they are in some respects. I'm talking used. The new model ones, like I've looked at the interiors of like the Ghosts and the Phantoms and stuff like that, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's steep, but it's worth it. And I'd love to own a Rolls Royce at some point. I'd love to own a Rolls Royce. If I went completely mad and just gave up all my senses and just hit all the bills for it. I love the Ghost and the Phantom. And when it comes to old Rolls Royces, there's the Silver Shadow and the Silver Spur and, cool stuff like that. But I'm also not going to lie, Rolls Royce has had their string of flops as well. They made some pretty bad cars. There's a Silver Seraph, which I don't really care for. I think that's pretty ugly. The Camargue, ugh. A lot of people will point to the Cullinan as another one. I don't mind it as much, but I can totally understand why people don't like it. So Rolls-Royce hasn't exactly had the best track record of making the best car in the world. And really everything you could get in a Rolls-Royce, you could probably get in something American made as far as the performance goes. If you want a big, lazy, torquey V8 made into a car that just floats on the road and is in serene comfort and silence, you could easily just get a big American boat. Granted, the interior is not going to be as nice and it may not have the same kind of handcrafted sort of feel to it, but, it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg to service. You can find parts anywhere else. It's uh it's infinitely cheaper. Those are some advantages. But I do like Rolls-Royce a lot, so it's here it is for them. Mazda. Ooh, Mazda. Now this may come as a shock to you, but I actually really like Mazdas quite a bit. I've driven plenty of Mazdas. I've driven Mazda 3s, Mazda 6s, the CX series. They're good cars. Like they drive really well, they're pretty fun, they've got a good mix of handling and comfort. They look pretty nice. The interiors are super solid in my opinion. I can't think of like as far as modern interiors go, Mazda just smokes the competition when it comes to their interior quality. And there's been plenty of cool Mazdas in the past, like people will easily point to the RX-7 and the and all their and kind of all their rotary powered cars for such, People love their Miatas. I don't. Like I can't even fit in a new school MD. I sure as hell am not going to fit in an NA Miata. And I sincerely do not believe that Miata is the answer to everything. It's not. Like if the answer to the question back then was what is a good two-seater fun sports car that makes a good daily driver that won't break the bank, then yes, Miata would always have been the answer. Now though, it's not the answer. It's not the answer to every to everything. Even within that question, I think there are a lot more answers besides the Miata. You know, but again, I wouldn't mind owning a Mazda. I would easily own a Mazda 6. I like the Mazda 6. That's kind of about it for it. I just like the 6 a lot. I think out of all the like the mid-sized Japanese sedans, I'd easily take a Mazda 6 over a Honda Accord or a Toyota Camry, especially Nissan Altima. Not saying much, but still, So I like Mazda. And I don't think there's really ever been a bad period in Mazda's life. I mean, they've had kind of valleys where, okay, it wasn't the best. The products may not have been the most appealing, but I can't think of like a deep valley where they were pumping out junk or anything like that. It was just kind of a off season as it were. So for me, Mazda goes in A tier. Mazda. Trust it. Infinity, huh? We're uh we're gonna do this now, aren't we? We're gonna talk about Infinity. Yay. Okay. I've driven Infinities before in my line of work. I've had the misfortune of driving Infinities. Mostly QX60s or like FX or whatever those ugly little CUVs are called. I've driven like an Infinity G37 sedan. I've driven a QX80, so like the tarted up, ugly ass Armada that looks like a beluga whale had an allergic reaction to a jar of chunky peanut butter. I've driven Infinities. They're not good. I'm sorry. They're not good cars. Okay? Everything that is wrong about Nissans from a driving dynamics perspective and from the perspective of there not being enough bang for their buck. Infinity is just the same, but you're paying more for some form of like some razor thin sort of air of prosperity, I guess. I don't really know. Like to me, Infinity is easily the worst luxury manufacturer there is today. If not the worst, certainly one of the worst. There's nothing appealing about their product range and product lineup that I would take over anything else. Their interiors are far worse than the competition. They feel cheap and plasticky and look like they came straight out of 1997. The driving dynamics aren't that good. They're not that comfortable. They don't handle that well. The engines are, ugh. Most of them are mated up to that terrible Jacko CVT that'll leave you stranded on the side of the road. They're ugly as sin. Like, they're just not good cars. Like, even back in the 90s, when they were just starting out with stuff like the Q45 and the J30 and the I30 or M30 or whatever their naming scheme was. I mean, is there really anything about those cars that's more appealing than say what Lexus was doing, what the Germans were doing? Not really. They were they weren't bad, but there's also nothing to those cars that's like, okay, it's better. Like they had a brief hit with the G35 in my opinion. I think that was like kind of their highlight, but other than that, there's no point to Infinity existing. Nissan's bad enough as it is. Why would you pay $15,000 or more for a tarted up Nissan that isn't even any better? Are there cars that I would own by them? I'd have to think really back. The Q45s, like the first and second gen Q45s, they're all right. If you gave me one of those, I wouldn't immediately throw it back in your face. G35, like a first generation G35 with a manual transmission, I can imagine that'd be a pretty solid driver's car in all honesty. Um, the the M45, like the M45 they made from 2003 to 2004, I actually really like that car. It's a shame that they only made it for like 2 model years because it's a really handsome car that's aged very well, and it probably was a very good performing like sports sedan in its time. But other than those, no, thank you. I wouldn't even give it to you if you owed it to me for free. So, yeah, there it is. There it is. And I really don't want to hear how good your Infinity is, okay? I really don't want to hear it. The only reason you're buying an Infinity G35 or G37 in the first place is because you can't find a 350 or 370Z that hasn't been completely chopped to hell and back. But you're still part of that same sort of crew and have that same stereotype to it. So go take your angry trumpet noises and stick them up your ass sideways as far as I'm concerned. All right, Ram trucks. Um that's always been weird to me, like how Dodge has made Ram its own separate brand. You know, I don't know why you would do that. I don't understand why. Dodge Ram still sounds fine. I don't know why you spin it off to your own separate brand to begin with. But I've driven, plenty of fourth gen and fifth gen Dodge Ram trucks and at my old job, and I like them a lot. I mean, the interiors can be hit and miss, and there is always still that Chrysler build quality, but 5.7 liter Hemi V8, easily the best truck motor on the market today, as far as I'm concerned. I don't care what anyone says. They make great power, they make great torque, they get decent gas mileage for a vehicle that big. The ride's a good compromise. They the newer ones look really solid in all honesty. And yeah, there's some gimmicky stuff there, and I don't like the big touch screens. I like the high end, like limited models and whatever. But they're solid trucks, nevertheless. If I couldn't buy a Chevy, I'd buy a Dodge. Simple as. Good, good solid trucks. Good solid trucks. Kia. Hold on. Sorry about that. Oh, Kia. So I I simultaneously kind of don't mind Kia and really don't like Kia. Mm. So like I've driven some Kias. Like I've driven Sorrentos and Sedonas and Optimas. Um I don't think I've driven like a Rio or a what's the little one? Kind of the kind of smaller one. Whatever it is. I'm blanking a name on it right now, but I've driven Kias. I like them. You know, the interiors are okay. The driving dynamics are fine. I do think they look kind of cool or look kind of nice. I think the first generation, like the Optimas, like the ones from the early 2010s, I think have aged really well for themselves. Um, but they're still got a long ways to go. They've still got a lot of problems with regards to their engines, especially the 3.3 and the 3.5 liter Thetas, that still constantly have issues and still constantly fail all the time. Which sucks because, otherwise they'd be a decent alternative to the competition. Like if you wanted a cheaper alternative, yeah, get a Kia. They're not that bad, but yeah, it's just yeah, they're kind of in seats here. If the build quality and reliability was better, I would bump them up to B tier because I do think they have come a long way from the stereotype of just being the cheap Korean shitbox you get when you have no other options. But they still got a ways to go. Oh, Maserati, because even your high-end aspirations come from the buy here, pay here used car lot. Oh, Maserati, Maserati, Maserati. Like again, like Alfa Romeo, I do not understand the appeal behind Maserati at all. Like when I think of what Maserati makes right now, when I think of their product line, there's the Ghibli, the ultimate cloud chasers car, because that's what I want to buy. I want to pay, $65,000 for a sedan that's got bits and pieces from a Chrysler 300 in it, just because of the badge on it, and it's got a terrible turbo V6, and is going to be a nightmare out of warranty. The Quattroportes are kind of cool, but you know, there's still maintenance issues. There's still maintenance nightmares. I'm sure they're great cars to drive. I wouldn't want to deal with the headache of owning one. And really, they only got better around 2007 when they finally put a proper automatic gearbox in it. And pro tip: if your gearbox is so bad that everyone says that a traditional slush box is the better alternative, you done fucked up, my guy. The Gran Turismo, they finally discontinued it, but it was getting way too long in the tooth at that point, and I never really understood the appeal of the Gran Turismo myself. And the Levante is just ugh, ick, just ick. Now, that's not to say Maserati has made garbage in the past. In fact, I actually think that Maserati has made some great cars. The 3500 GT is a really cool car. All the kind of wedgy sort of pop-up headlight supercars, the Indy, the Camzen, the Ghibli, the first generation Ghibli, the Bora, the Merak. Rack, those kind of cars are really awesome. But, after Citroen sold them off, then there was that bad period in the 80s. They had a really bad period before the 2000s, in my opinion. Honestly, if it wasn't for the 3200, 4200 Maserati Coupe, that model specifically, if it wasn't for that, I guarantee you Maserati would be relegated to the history books and we'd be talking about them in the past tense because they made junk. Variations of bi-turbo, the Quattroporte 3s, which weren't all that good in all honesty. And then they made like the Shamal and whatever the hell other kind of weird stuff they did in the 90s. What a good time for Maserati. What a good time at all. So, and like even now, like really when you're buying a Maserati, to me you're buying the badge of Maserati because their products just aren't that appealing. There's so much better alternatives you can get in that price range that are going to work infinitely better even if they don't deliver the same driving experience. And even the ones that are good, they tend to let linger on for God knows how long. Like the Gran Turismo was introduced all the way back in 2009. It didn't get discontinued until like last year or the year before that. It's a long time for a car to go without any major updates to it. So, and outside of like the stuff that they made when Citroen owned them with their Gran Turismo cars, which are really nice cars. I'm not going to deny that, but at the same time, there's no appeal to a modern Maserati product that I can't get elsewhere. So, really, the only reason it's in C tier is because of the fact that they make really good cars, and I would not. They made good cars once, and I would not mind owning, the cars that they made during their 70s ownership, their late 60s ownership. Other than that, though, sorry. Oh, Porsche. Oh boy, man, am I gonna get crucified on a cross of German nails for this? I don't like it very much. I'm sorry. Maybe I've just driven the wrong Porsches, but I've had the misfortune of driving a first generation Cayenne GTS, which is probably one of the worst luxury cars I've ever driven in my entire life. I've driven a second generation Cayenne, which wasn't really any better. Driven the Macan, which was terrible. Almost drove a Panamera, like a first gen Panamera, and I've driven a Cayman with an automatic. And the Cayman with the automatic was the best one out of all of them. Or with the like whatever kind of weird DCT transmission it has. Like I'm sure there are plenty of people who say, well, if you drive a proper manual 911 in this configuration and this, then you might actually like Porsche. I'm sure that might be the case, but I have no interest in driving around in the Ultimate Beetle. You know, from the Porsches I've driven, they just don't justify the high price tag. And people will say, "Oh, well, Porsche's the ultimate driving machine. It's the balance of the." You know what? You know what a Porsche is to me? A Porsche is the kind of car for a guy who is suffering through a midlife crisis, but it's basically the midlife crisis mobile for the guy who doesn't want to admit he's having a midlife crisis. Like this is the car for Boomer Dad. If Boomer Dad just rankles at the idea of getting a Corvette. Like that's all it is. It's for middle-aged men who think they're too good for a Corvette, but they go out and buy a Porsche anyway to like get the misbegotten like lost eternal youth and try and impress chicks who are old enough to be his daughter at bars because he still thinks he has it at 61 years old in his golf shorts. That's the kind of image that Porsche, to me anyway, has always been associated with in my mind, and that image alone just It's like a fart in a hurricane, just completely kills the appeal for me. And like even the classic Porsches, outside of maybe the 928, which is my kind of car, outside of maybe that, there's nothing in Porsche's back catalog that has any personal appeal to me. I'm not saying that they're bad cars. I'm not saying that they're terrible cars, you know, but they ugh. It's hard to compartmentalize in words exactly what I don't like about Porsche. I've tried my best, but there's very little, if any, appeal to me. So I'm just going to put them in A tier. I'm going to get crucified for this. Again, I am a different kind of car enthusiast. I acknowledge that they can make good cars, but those cars have very little appeal to me. And the cars that I have driven, I have found to be not good. Sorry. Simple as. Next up is Hyundai. Oh, good old fashioned Hyundai. Again, driven plenty of Hyundais in my day. I've driven I've driven Sonatas, and I've driven not the, kind of like their new CUV kind of things. Santa Fe's. I actually drove a manual Genesis Coupe. Um, really not a good car to learn to drive if you're learning manual. Because that thing, like, as soon as you're in first gear and like get up to 25 miles per hour, the boost instantly kicks in and you're suddenly going at like 4,000 RPM and you just need to shift right then and there. It is not an easy it is not an easy car to drive for someone just learning manual, like I was when I drove it. Yeah. If I had more experience, I could see how it'd be fun. Otherwise, nope. Um, what else? But you know, my big problem with it is kind of the same problem as Kia, but Hyundai just has zero kind of appeal to me compared to Kia. At least the Kias I can say were dynamically good, they were dynamically interesting, they look nice. I can't even really say that about Hyundai. They still got the same cheap interiors as Kias, they still got the same reliability problems as Kias, but they don't look as nice and they don't drive as nice. At least not the ones that I've driven. There are some good Hyundais out there, like the Genesis. Actually a pretty good car if you avoid the Theta engines and get at least the 4.6 liter or the 5 liter Tau V8s. The Hyundai Equus, really nice car. I actually rode in a with a customer who had an Equus. That was a smooth car, really comfy. I could definitely see the appeal of the Equus. Hell, even the Ionic 5, that new kind of electric car, it's way too expensive, but if I had to be forced at gunpoint to get an electric car, that the Ionic 5 would be the one I would look at and be like, you. I like you. You are coming home with me. I will drive you. But outside of those, again, not a lot. They've still got plenty of ways to go. They've still got plenty of things that they need to work out. But unlike Kia, there's just not a whole lot there. Like, they don't have something like the Stinger GT or, like a good Halo car or good fun car for that sort of thing. Say what you want about Kia, at least the Stinger GT is a fairly solid car. Wish I could drive one. Never did, but, can't really say that with Hyundai outside of the one good electric car they have and all the used full-size luxury cars they have. But aside from that, not a whole lot. So good old Hyundai's in D tier. Ah, Mercedes Benz. We're finally going back to the Germans, yeah? What a surprise. Oh, good old fashioned MB. I've driven plenty of Mercedes Benzes in my day. Plenty of Mercedes Benzes. I've driven gas powered Mercedes Benzes. I've driven diesel powered Mercedes Benzes. I've driven Benzes from, the last 20 years, and I've driven Benzes that were made, just a couple years ago. And of all the German manufacturers that I've driven, I do tend to like Mercedes Benz the best. You know, when I was a little kid, I really wanted to own a Mercedes Benz. And as an adult, if I had to get any car, you put a gun to my head and say, you have to buy a German car, what do you buy? I'd say I'd buy Mercedes Benz because I've always liked how Mercedes Benzes have driven. You know, I'm not saying that Mercedes Benz makes flawless cars. They have made plenty of junk as far as I'm concerned. The GLA, GLB model kind of crossovers, hideous, ugly, hateful little shit boxes. Absolutely terrible. The Mercedes Benz CLA, awful, awful little clout chaser car. Absolutely terrible. What else? What else? Like even the C classes. Like if you get a base model C class with the with the 2 liter turbo, 4 cylinder turbo in it, you're stupid. You are just stupid. Getting a base model C300. It's not really that good of a car in all honesty. Okay, it's comfortable, but that's about it, really. Interiors are cheap. You know, the engine isn't all that good, in all honesty. Never really did care for the 7G Tronic and a lot of Mercedes Benzes because it always just felt like it was trying to hunt for a gear. That's why outside of old 3-speed automatics on on old American cars from like the 60s and 70s, I've never really cared for automatic transmissions with an odd number of gears. You know, in my opinion, unless you're dealing with like a turbo hydromatic or a Ford C6 or a Chrysler Torque Flight or anything of that sort, 4, 6, 8, even 10 speed automatic transmissions. That's what you should stick to. 5, 7, 9, they've all driven wrong. Every time I've been in them, they've all driven wrong. So that's me. And like even and there's also plenty of overrated Mercedes Benzes. Like I've never liked the SLR McLaren. Sorry to say. I hate the G Wagons enough. I hate the G Wagons so much. Oh, but you could get a powerful V12 in it. 12 in it can out accelerate a Lamborghini Murcielago. Yeah, you're paying $285,000 for an overpriced Jeep Wrangler that sucks up gas like nothing, rides like complete and total garbage. Garbage. And thanks to having the aerodynamic properties of a literal brick shithouse, you can't even take advantage of the performance that it has to offer. Good job there, Einstein. I'm sure your accountant is crying himself to sleep at your brilliant financial choices. And even then, you know, I'd honestly say that Mercedes has had plenty of valleys as well. 1995 to 2005, awful 10 years for Mercedes Benz. You had the W210 and the W211 E classes that were terrible. You had the first generation SLKs that were just not very good cars. You had the R230 Mercedes SLs that weren't that good. Like I've driven a 2004 Mercedes R230 SL500. The engine and the transmission were still solid in that thing, but the interior was just beat to hell and back. I mean, it had 140,000 miles, and I know people are going to say, well, you should expect that from a car with 140,000 miles. I sat in a 1990 Mercedes Benz 420 SEL, so W126 Mercedes Benz S Class. I had the same mileage on it. That interior looked like it was in showroom condition. You know, a 30-year-old car had a better interior that held up superbly well compared to a car that was 15 that was about 14 years newer than it. That was sad. That to me is like the picture perfect definition of the fall of Mercedes-Benz quality during that time period. And I'll even say that, the Mercedes products that they make now are just completely uninteresting. They're going far too heavy in tech and stuff like that at the expense of everything else, and they just don't look good. Like the new S classes, ugly looking, hateful little cars. I don't like how they look at all. They suck. Their new electric models, not really all that attractive. There's nothing there. But, when Mercedes gets it right, they get it plenty right. W212 E classes that I've driven, fantastic little cars. I wouldn't mind owning one of those with a Blue Tech turbo diesel V6. Get a good car with some decent, with superb gas mileage that still rides really well and is pretty luxurious and all that stuff, be a great car to own. I've driven a 2015 S550 221, S class with the 4.7 liter twin turbo V8. Fantastic car. Rides really well, has got a great engine that manages to be smooth, but when you put your foot down, it really gets going. It handles great. The interior's fantastic. It looks really good. You know, I've driven I've even driven like AMG Mercedes Benzes. Like I've driven a 2007 SLK 55 AMG. Fantastic little car that handles well. It's got a great motor behind it. Sure, the ride is stiffer than a brick and the interior isn't all that great, but it's got its positive qualities to it. And I drove a 2014 SL63 AMG. Fantastic car with a fantastic motor in it. Again, same as the S550. Powerful when you want it to be, but still smooth and quiet. Despite being an AMG tuned Merc, it was still really comfortable, so you could go on long trips with it. The interior was solid. It looked really nice. The build quality was there. Like even their SUVs. Like I've driven like GLs and GLKs and the second like generation MLs and stuff like that. Great, great. I'm not gonna say great, but out of all the German SUVs there, they're easily the best. Again, really comfortable, good interiors, good engines. You know, they're solid. They're solid cars. So when Mercedes Benz gets it right, they get it really right. But they've had their faults and their issues. But again, I can acknowledge when Mercedes does get it right, and they made plenty of good cars. And there's plenty of Mercedes Benz I would love to own. I'd love to own a W140 S500. That was my dream car when I was little. Weird dream to have, I know, but it kind of explains a lot about my car taste now. Love to own a W140 S500. Would love to own a W126 560 SEL. Would love to own an R129. It doesn't even have to be the 500. It could easily be the 420 or hell, even the 320 with the 3.2 liter inline six in it. I wouldn't mind owning a W221 S class. In all honesty, I actually wouldn't mind owning a W221 S350 Blue Tech diesel. 31 miles to the gallon and a full size 200 plus inch long luxury limo. Hell yes, I will easily take that offer. Thank you, good sir. You know, the improved like R230 SLs from like 2008 onwards, def 2007, 2008 onwards, wouldn't mind owning one of those. The R172 SLKs, wouldn't mind owning one of those. The W212 E classes, wouldn't mind owning one of those. W124s, wouldn't mind owning one of those. There's plenty of good Mercedes Benzes in there. They are. They do make good cars. You just have to dig through the shit. And yes, they are going to be expensive to maintain. I get that. But you know what? I trust them a hell of a lot more than I trust BMW or Audi. That counts for something. So as far as I'm concerned, Mercedes Benz, A tier. Oh, it's good old fashioned TVA. Real appropriate TVA. Hmm. I really don't know what to think of TVR in all honesty. I kind of admire them because they do make absolute mad lad cars, and I absolutely respect them for making absolutely unsafe mad lad cars that had no safety features whatsoever to them. Like towards the end of their life, when they were making stuff like the Cigaris and the Cerbera and the Typhon, I want to say, or the Tuscan, they were basically making British Dodge Vipers at that point. You can't hate a company that does something like that. So there is that appeal to them. I do admire the sheer crazy energy that TBR had when it came to making their products. There was the sense of, just patch it all together, Jerry, ship it out. Who cares if it kills anybody? That's their fault. You know, I don't know what they must have been smoking in Blackpool, but, I kind of want some. I'm not going to lie. Um, but yeah, TBR just it doesn't seem like that good of a good of an idea in all honesty, You're talking about a car company that, tried making their own engines and they didn't make them very well. The cars are basically held together with, you know, dried wood glue and a couple rivets and you hope for the best on them. They're not exactly the most easy cars to drive. They've got their issues, but if I took leave of my senses, I wouldn't mind owning a TVR. I do respect them for it. So yeah, TVR gets beats here. Peugeot. Ugh. I'm sure for any American like myself, especially one that grew up with Top Gear like I did. Now, granted, I didn't discover Top Gear until I was in high school, but still, you know, back when Hulu had every season from season 2 onward. Oh, those were the days. I loved those days. Wish I could go back to them. Wish Hulu didn't suck as much now. But, you know, if you're like me, then you only know Peugeot for being a joke. You know them for just making absolutely terrible cars that are completely unreliable and are just driven by the absolute worst drivers on the face of the road because that's what Top Gear told us because we didn't really get Peugeots in the United States. Well, we did, but they stopped importing them around the 70s, I want to say. 70s, maybe early 80s. They stopped importing Peugeots into the country, So we don't have a whole frame of knowledge for it. And I'm sure plenty of people are going to be like, no, there's plenty of good Peugeots out there. Yes, I know the 205 GTI exists. I know the 504 exists. I know the 40, 406 and the 604, I think, or whatever. I don't know Peugeots that much. If you tell me they're good cars, I'm sure they're good cars. I'm sure they have their defenders. I'm sure they were popular for a reason. You know, I don't think unless I go to Europe, I'm probably never going to drive a Peugeot in my life. That's just how it is. But they also don't make anything that I would look at and be like, yes, I want to own that. Now, granted, I do think that the modern Peugeots look a hell of a lot better than whatever they were making back in like back from like the mid 2000s to the mid 2010s or mid 2015, like the mid 2010s. They look infinitely better. And I'm sure they're probably built better as well and they've got and all this other stuff, but again, still not something I would look at and be like, "Yes, I would like to own one of those." So, yeah, D tier for me. Oh, the poor, sad state of Lancia. Like, everyone mourns kind of what Lancia has become. And to be fair, it's not like you can't exactly blame them for mourning what Lancia used to be, because Lancia used to make fantastic cars. They had the Stratos, they had the 037, the Delta Integrale, the Gamma, all these fantastic cars that were just at the top of their game and drove really well. And now they're just selling ugly super minis and rebatch Chryslers. Ugh. Sad state of affairs. But it's not like Lancia didn't bring it on themselves with the fact that they made cars with crap rust protection and horrible reliability that people didn't want to deal with. It doesn't matter how many rally championships you can win if all your cars start falling apart and getting holes punched in them while they're still on the show, punched through the floorboards while they're still in the showrooms. Nobody really gives a shit what you do in the world of racing. They're not going to come back to you. So like, you know, would I like to own a Lancia? I don't really know. Like, Because when I think of stuff like the classic rally stuff, like the Delta Negrale, the Stratos, the 037, I probably could not fit in them to save my life. It's just not going to happen at all. Because Italian car manufacturers only make cars with Italian men in mind. They do not make it in mind of 6'5", 250-pound guys like myself, who guys like myself with really long legs and really fat torsos. You know, they just don't. So I don't think I would ever be able to drive in a Lancia, as tempting as it is. You know, but outside of the classic rally stuff, I mean, the Gamma is kind of cool, but whoever thought that the power steering pump should have been driven by one of the camshaft sprockets, there's a special place in hell for that guy. The Monte Carlo, kind of a cool little car, but the version we got over in the United States was ugh, just no. The 832 Thema, like the one with the Ferrari engine in it, I can't imagine the amount of torque steer that thing would have. And the Thema is kind of from what I heard, was a mediocre car to begin with. Someone can easily correct me if I'm wrong, but anything modern from Lancia? No, I really don't think so. I don't understand how Lancia even is alive at this point. Really, Sergio should have just put it out of its misery, but he wasn't going to. So, yeah, Lancia just kind of has to be there. They had their past glories. They had their past, moment in the spotlight. They made great, great, great cars, but now it's just kind of okay. Actually, you know what? No, C tier, same as Maserati. Good old fashioned Ford. Oh, Ford. Oh, Ford. There are. Hmm, how do I even attempt going through Ford? Actually, I will say this. I will say about one thing about Ford is its ubiquity. I am a firm believer that if you personally do not own a Ford product in your life, there is a high chance you know someone who either does own or has owned a Ford at some point. Everyone has either owned a Ford at some point, owns a Ford, knows someone who owns a Ford, or knows someone who owned a Ford. That to me is the one universal truth in this lifetime. If you've never owned a Ford in your life, you know someone who has, and therefore you have at least been in a Ford at some point in your life. That's just there, you know. And Ford is kind of like Chevy as well, They've kind of had this checkered history, When I think, for every classic, for every good Mustang generation, like, the classic Mustangs, the Fox body Mustangs, the retro Mustangs, like from 2004 to 2014, and even the new Mustangs actually are really really good. I've driven like a 2015 Mustang GT. I was surprised at how good that was. Tons of power, got decent fuel economy, surprisingly really comfortable. It has its issues here and there, but I'm not going to say it's a bad car by any means. No, no, sir. Um, there's, Ford's made good cars throughout its lifetime. The Crown Victoria, solid car. In all honesty, I've driven two of its, I've owned two of the Crown Victoria stablemates before. I can attest to that the Panther platform is a really solid platform. I've driven Fusions and Focuses and Focus RSs and stuff like that. They make good cars. They make good cars, and even the classic stuff is still really good depending on what you get. Ford Thunderbirds, depending on the generation, they're really solid cars. I've driven both a 73 and a 77 Thunderbird. They're pretty nice cars, all things considered. You know, classic Mustangs, good cars. But again, it's one of those things like for everything that. Oh, also the Ford GT, not the GT40, fantastic car, but like the new, but like the Ford GT from like 2004 to 2006, the kind of retro one that's bigger on the outside. Love that car. If I had one choice of a supercar to own, it probably would be that generation of Ford GT. It's just mm, outstanding. But again, it's one of those things also where, just like GM, Ford has had a lot of screw ups in its day. And I'm not going to deny that Ford has had a lot of screw ups, despite what a lot of Blue Oval fans think. There's been a lot of junk that Ford has made. Like their minivans, besides the Aerostar, terrible. You know, the no, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. Don't be like, oh, you can't think of anything else besides those. No, Ford has made some bad cars. The Granadas here in America, terrible. The Fairmonts, terrible. The Tempos, terrible. The Aspires, terrible. What else? The blobby Ford Taurus, like the '96 Ford Taurus, awful car. You know, you know. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. You know, the retro Thunderbirds, awful cars. Awful cars. The retro Thunderbirds. Those are terrible. But like even the even like the M12 Thunderbirds, the ones from the '90s, those are pretty awful inside. Like I've been in like one or two of them. They're pretty janky. You know, the bike structures shake all the time. The interiors aren't that good. You know, outside of getting like the early Super Coupe ones, you know, I don't understand why you'd buy one of those generation of T-Birds at all. And they just got uglier as well. Ugh. You know, like and that kind of extends to their newer models. Like I've driven Ford Expeditions, they're fine, they're all right, but compared to the Chevy Suburban and the Tahoe, they don't stack up in my opinion. The Chevys are just better. This is really what's going to get me killed. I don't like the Ford F series trucks really at all. Like especially not the ones with the Wico Boost V6s in them. Like they don't make enough low end power in my opinion. They feel like way too rev happy, which I think is completely incorrect for a truck. Um, they don't get better gas mileage than the V8s they supposedly replaced. They don't ride very well. The interiors. One thing I've really noticed about Ford is that their cheap interiors don't feel as bad as the cheap interiors you get with like General Motors or Chrysler products, but for some reason they feel worse because it almost feels like they're punishing you for cheapening out for not paying more money to get a nicer interior. Like like it's almost like a fuck you poor kind of mentality. It's like, "Oh, you wanted to save a little bit of money? Well, here's your junk interior. Ha ha, get bent." Which I really don't like at all. That's actually why I hate cheap Ford interiors more than I hate cheap GM interiors. In all honesty, oh, GM has got Secret of the Ooze plastics in there, but at least you get what you're paying for. You know, Ford is like, well, we'll easily give you a better interior. Just fork over five grand and we'll be fine. Um, that's definitely the case with their trucks, though. Also, worst turning radius of any vehicle I have ever driven. Ford F Series pickup trucks. Like I've driven like the previous generation F Series pickup trucks and the generation before that F Series pickup trucks. I swear to God, their turning radiuses are just the absolute worst. Like every time I try and do a U-turn in a Ford pickup truck, I always have to back it up, straighten it out, and then drive again and kind of like do a mini 3 point turn because they don't make the turn. They don't every single time, no matter how hard I crank the wheel, no matter how far I start, I always have to straighten it out. Every other quad cab pickup truck that I've been in from everyone else, GM, Dodge, Toyota, even Nissan, every time I've done a U turn in those trucks, never had to straighten it out. I've done a U turn in the aforementioned 73 Ford Thunderbird, giant ass lanyard with really vague steering. I could still do a U-turn without having to straighten it out. In a Thunderbird, a a 50-year-old car at this point, a 50-year-old car could do a U-turn better than a modern Ford pickup truck. Process that for a second. Um, so again, like I've said, plenty of good Ford's done. And I'm not going to dismiss what Ford has done. But I also think they get a little bit kind of too much love from some people and think they can do no wrong and all that sort of stuff. Like, obviously, the worst of Ford is not going to be as bad as, like, the worst of General Motors or the worst of Chrysler Corp or stuff like that. But Ford's dropped the ball plenty of times. And when they drop the ball, they drop the ball pretty hard. So, but there's plenty of Ford products that I've driven that I like, both old and new. So I'm willing to acknowledge when they make stuff that's good, just like I'm willing to condemn them when they make stuff that sucks. I'm a this is why I'm an impartial judge, and this is why I'm rambling, and this is why this is going to take as long as it is. So, Ford C tier. Ford joins Chevy in C tier. Oh, poor old AMC. I know there's like this huge contingent of AMC stands out there. Huge contingent of AMC stands that love AMC and wish they never went out of business. You know, but let's be honest with ourselves here. AMC got the reputation it had for a reason. You know, even discounting the lack of funds compared to the big three, they just did not make good cars. I mean, the Pacer and the Gremlin always show up on worst car lists of all time for a reason. They weren't that good. The Hornet wasn't really that good of a car. Like, even the stuff that people like from AMC, like even stuff like the Javelin or the Eagle, or maybe even like the Ramblers or the Ambassadors or stuff like that. Even cars like those, you can tell, even though you can tell, just aren't up to the same degree as you know all the other American manufacturers, and that says a lot in their resale value. You know, I mean, not to say that AMC didn't make good cars. I mean, the AMX is a cool little kind of pony car. The Javelin is, pretty solid muscle car, all things considered. I do kind of dig the Kenosha Cadillac Ambassadors, but that's just me. I'm kind of weird. The Eagle, I'm gonna say, that was kind of their final thing, but the Eagle's pretty solid, and they made good motors. Of course, all of those good motors were in Jeeps, but they made good motors that lasted a long time. So yeah, there's that. But again, no offense to all the AMC fans out there, but there's just not a whole lot of stuff there that appeals to me, and you can kind of tell that you know, like AMC died for a reason. Now, that reason is because they got into a partnership with Renault, and then a bunch of commie pinko socialists assassinated the president of Renault, which caused that entire company to have to restructure everything in order to prevent going bankrupt in the process. And that meant poor old AMC was on the chopping block. But, you can't also dismiss the fact that AMC really did do a lot of missteps that kept them, you know, financially in the red for God knows how long. You know, as bad as the Vega and the Pinto and all those other cars are, could be worse. Could easily be the Gremlin and the Pacer. Ironic hipster fandom for those two notwithstanding, of course.
Um, but yeah, there's nothing there as far as AMC goes that just has a lot of appeal to me. Anyways, there's not a lot of AMC products that you know, even the AMC products that I do think are kind of cool. I'd easily just go for the big three if I was buying vintage American during that time period, unless I was really on a budget. So there's that. Interesting history. You can easily watch a ton of AMC documentaries and get a good history behind them. But other than that, sorry, fam. Now we move on to Lexus. I like them. um, sorry about that. I just keep getting all this talking has built up a lot of ick in my nasal cavities. Sorry to say. But Lexus, I like Lexus. I like Lexus a lot. I've driven plenty of Lexi in my time. I've driven the RC series. I've driven a couple models of GS. Driven a couple ES generations. I've driven the RX, and they make good cars. I'm not gonna say they're a bit boring. They're not the most exciting, but they're comfortable. The interiors tend to be well sorted out. Besides that stupid little mouse pad thing they use for their infotainment system. Predator grill aside, they're not bad, and they also they're Toyota, so they're reliable. And I certainly wouldn't be averse to owning a Lexus or two in my time. I wouldn't mind owning a first gen LS400. I've been looking at like fourth gen LS460s for sale for potential car replacement. Outside of the gas mileage, they're really sharp. They're really reliable. They get good power. I'm sure they're supremely comfortable inside. The interiors look amazing. You know, is this to say that Lexus is perfect? No, they're not. Like the tiny little crossovers they make, like the NX and the UX, those are pretty awful. The SC430, I know a lot of people love to defend it now and prove the Top Gear boys wrong. I'm sorry, but that to me still looks ugly as sin. I'm sorry. Oh, but it's a cruiser. It's not a sports car. You gotta treat it as such. Even in the context of a cruiser, there are better two-seater, you know, s- cruiser cars that I would get. Even with, retractable hardtop roofs and all that. The Mercedes SL always exists. That's what I always say. Um, and everyone and their mother loves the LFA and think it's such an underrated car. Yeah, it's such an underrated car in the same way that Undertale is such an underrated game. You know, if you don't shut the fuck up about it for 5 seconds, it can't really be underrated. Especially if everyone just keeps, you know, bathing it in tongue baths like a contingent of cats at a scratching post or whatever. I don't even know where that metaphor went. I'm sorry, but you know, couple of those issues aside, I actually legitimately do like Lexus quite a bit. You know, I have no issues with Lexus outside of those few cars. They don't make for the most part, their lineup's pretty solid. If a bit boring, you know, dynamically they're not interesting, but they're solid, they're dependable, and they're A tier as far as I'm concerned. And I like them. So there's that. Oh boy, lots of trouble, usually serious. Um, I'll be honest here. I never really understood the appeal of Lotus. You know, I know their cars are meant to be about, handling prowess and that's where the fun is and all that, but they just seem far too hyper specialized to me. Like they're basically track cars that are road legal, which, is fine if you like that sort of thing. Me personally, track cars are track cars for a reason. You can't really use them on the road. And that lots of trouble, usually serious sort of thing. It's there for a reason. They haven't had the best track record. Um, and for the most part, their cars kind of don't appeal to me. And in all honesty, I'm not saying they're bad, aside from the build quality issues. I think really the only big kind of stinker that Lotus had that I can think of off the top of my head was the front wheel drive Alliance they made when GM owned them back in the 90s. That's really the only big kind of black eye in Lotus's lineup. Otherwise, the Evora, the Exige, the Elise, the Esprit, the first generation Elan, and all these other cars, people like them. They have their purpose. Would I personally own one of myself? Not really. Even though I think the Esprits are cool, when it comes to like mid-engine sports cars like that, there's a whole lot of other ones I can easily think of that have more appeal to me personally. Um, again, not saying they're bad. I'm just saying they're not for me. But I can't acknowledge that. But I can't acknowledge that they make good cars. So I'm going to put them in C tier. I just feel kind of neutral about Lotus. You know, yeah, I try to be objective, but there, but as much as I try to be objective, I'm not really objective. I'm very subjective. But again, this is all my personal opinion, and this is all based around someone who has driven, quite a lot of cars. Never driven a Lotus before. I'm sure I would enjoy it if I could drive it, but you know, we never did have any people selling us Lotuses at my old job. So Jaguar, war. Is Jaguar It's fucking Jaguar, you fucking Yank. It's fucking Jaguar. You're supposed to pronounce it Jaguar. Whatever. Um. Oh, Jag. Now I have driven a couple Jags in all honesty, but they've all been new Jags. Like I've driven like an XF, all right, but nothing too special. The interiors are kind of cool on them. I've driven an F Type, which I honestly think is pretty overrated, and that was the F Type R. Yeah, $108,000 car, and you don't even have a backup camera in it as standard to compensate for the fact that the rear visibility in the coupe model was fucking terrible. I mean, it makes a lot of power. It handles pretty well. The interior's not too bad, but there's not a whole lot of practicality to it. The ride's too stiff, and honestly, for that price point, I'd rather just get a Corvette with a manual or upgrade a little more and get an SL 500. Just my opinion, anyway. And I've driven the F Pace. It's all right. I just don't like crossovers in general. I think for the most part, they all drive the same. So they've either got to blow me away with like really solid driving dynamics that do feel cut above everything else, or they got to look better, you know. And for the most part, they don't. And the F Pace is no different. Um, Honestly, at this point, I'm just kind of waiting for Jag to go bust at this point because their lineup is pretty sad. Really sad in all honesty. They've all got a bunch of aging cars that nobody really likes about. Their reputation, still has that black eye of typical British unreliability to them. You know, Tata's been mismanaging them because Land Rover makes all the gold, which they kind of should, but even still, it's pretty sad. Um, but when I think of Jag, and think of Jag, I there's plenty of Jags I would love. I would really like to own like an X300 XJ, like the 1994 to 1997 Jaguar XJ models. Those were the last ones where you could get either an inline six or V12 under the hood. And I would love to have kind of like that classic Jaguar driving experience of, solid handling, good solid acceleration, comfort, and all that without all the issues that older Jags had, like the fact if you open up the engine bay on an older, British owned XJ, it looked like someone threw up an entire plate of leftovers from Buca de Beppo underneath the hood for where all the hoses and wires are, or the fact that they leak oil like a sieve, or the build quality just isn't there. You know, Attractive, beautiful cars as well. Oh, there's also the fact that again, being a 6'5" American with that low roof line, you more or less basically have to gangster lean in a classically styled XJ sedan to even fit in there because there's virtually no headroom in there for taller folks, which sucks. Um, there's also there's also weird idiosyncratic ones as well. I actually did sit in like a 1996 Jaguar XJ6. I didn't drive it, but I did sit in one. There's some weird things to it, like the J gauge shifter, the fact that the w- power window switches are inside like the recessed cubby holder inside the door, not on the door sill itself, but like inside where the holder is on it, like in the door sill. Weird touches like that. But is very British. Leather held up pretty well. The wood trim and all that. It was a nice place to be in, even if I couldn't fit in there. um, but 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 yeah, I mean, like it's sad to see what Jaguar has become because they just don't make appealing products like back in like the 80s or the 90s, hell, even into the 2000s when even though in the 2000s they were making shit like the S type and the X type, they were still making stuff like, the old XKs and the XJ sedans. Even with all the problems Jaguar had, you could see the appeal of them. They were beautifully styled. They had wonderful interiors. They had great driving dynamics. It's just that they were a pain in the ass to keep up with because they were all shoddily built by a bunch of minkies in Coventry that couldn't get their shit together and were using outdated tools and all that. Ford definitely helped with that, but that reputation kind of still remained for them. But now though, they got outdated interiors. Their driving dynamics aren't any better than the competition. They don't look all that good in my opinion. They look pretty boring. Like just take the Jaguar badges off, slap a key badge on there. I probably wouldn't even know the difference. In all honesty, and they just don't have the appeal that they did. And the one product that did have appeal to it, the F Type, not a lot of people are going to buy a car that expensive, other than as a toy or something. And even then, like I said, that had its faults too, and it's getting really, really freaking long in the tooth at this point. And it's no wonder Jag's discontinuing it. I honestly, I'll say this right now: if I get to 2023 and Jaguar somehow hasn't gone bust yet, I will eat my own shorts. I promise that right now. I will eat my own shorts. And it's sad, really, because Jag has such a great storied history, but all that great storied history just isn't there in their current products anymore. But would I own a Jaguar? Absolutely. I'd love to own a Jaguar at some point. It'd be a pain in the ass to own a Jaguar, but I'd love to own a classic straight six Jaguar. Hell, I'd love to own like a V12 powered XJS or a V12 powered, XJ sedan. It'd probably drive me insane, but it'd be a cool experience. And hey, you get a V12 car for cheap. Ain't nobody complain about that. Even if the fuel economy is a bit, even if the fuel economy can make a full size truck look like a Toyota Prius in comparison. So, so yeah, I like Jags a lot, but I like Jags, but I like proper Jags. And to me, proper Jags stopped being made around 2012 when the XK kind of went away. I would even say even earlier at around 2008 when the last classically styled kind of XJs were replaced by the X351 generation that just kind of looks like a big Kia at this point. Um, anything modern from the stuff I've driven, nothing really special. So good old Jaguar gets itself in. I'm gonna say B tier. Just because based on the strength of their older product lines and the appeal that they have to me, I would definitely own like an older Jaguar, headaches and all. But the newer stuff, oof, ooh, that definitely does, And it's based on that strength alone that they would B tier in the first place and not like C tier or anything. BAC. I don't know why these guys are on there. I mean, they make one car, the Mono. The Mono's cool. It's a track day car though.
I have no interest in track day cars. It's a cool car. I wouldn't mind driving it on a track, but aside from that, not a whole lot of thing. But I can't exactly say that BAC and but I can't exactly say BAC is terrible. It's just there. Mercury. Oh, Mercury. This is a bit sentimental for me because I actually have owned a Mercury before. I owned a 1993 Mercury Grand Marquis that my dad and I paid $2,000 for when I was living in Arizona. It had no working speedometer. It had a squeaking serpentine belt that needed to be replaced, nearly grenaded my engine when one of the pulleys punched through the timing cover. I'm surprised it actually didn't go into the timing chain and completely destroy the engine in the process. Lucky there. It leaked oil like a sieve. It didn't get very good gas mileage, and I finally had to get rid of it when the valve stems caused it to fail emissions here in California. But god damn it, did I love that big green couch. I would drive that car from my apartment in Goodyear, Arizona, all the way back to San Diego, 350 miles, 5 continuous hours, only stopping for fuel maybe once, and complete comfort. That car soaked up bumps like it was nothing. The seats were some of the best that I've ever had in a car. They were big cloth bench seats, and you could just sleep in those bad boys. They were awesome. Smooth as silk, decent power even despite its age, plenty of space. Like it literally took me 2 trips to move from my old apartment when I was living in Arizona to the new apartment when we were living in Arizona. 2 trips because I could stuff everything into the trunk and the back seats and the front seats because there was so much space in there. It was an awesome car. I loved it. But at the same time, it was basically just a Ford Crown Victoria with a waterfall grill and a couple new amenities into it. And that's kind of what Mercury became. They were just slightly rebadged Fords that were kind of nicer and had a bit more in them. But aside from that, was there really any point to them after about 1995, 1998 or so? Not really. I mean, the last cool Mercury was just the Mercury Marauder, which in itself was basically just a Grand Marquis that got, kind of the Impala SS treatment. Aside from that, there wasn't really anything cool about Mercury. If you kind of like the styling of it, you could pay more for a Ford, but other than that, there was really no point to it because they were just fancy Fords. But they weren't bad cars by any means. And in the 60s, back in the 60s and the 70s, they made plenty of cool cars. Like not even just like the first generation Cougar, which everyone goes to. I'm not going to discount the first generation Cougar. That's a cool car, but you even look at stuff like the full size shit they were making back then, like the old Marquis and the Grand Marquis and the Monterey's. Hell, even the 1949 Mercury Coupe that everyone turns into lead sleds. They made cool cars. They did. It's just that you know, eventually they just started making Fords with a little bit more bling here and there, and they just kept getting bought by old geezers. Didn't mean their cars were bad. Well, okay, some of their cars were bad. You know, their version of like the Ford Escape, I want to say it's like the Mercury Mariner or something. That's terrible. But then again, the Ford Escape in general is just a garbage car. Another Ford product that I said was bad. There you go. Um, what else? Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else is there. Uh, Again, the Mercury minivans, not the Villager, which was basically just a rebadged Nissan Quest. It was actually kind of good, but the Mercury Monterey minivan, which was basically just like the Ford Freestar. Ugh, terrible car. But then again, the Freestar was terrible, so there's that. You know, they're gone for a reason. But I still kind of have a soft spot for them because I loved my old '93 Grand Marquis. I've been looking at like 2007, 2008, 2011 kind of Grand Marquis as well. Because I just love those cars. I have fond memories of them, and I wouldn't mind buying a Mercury.
at some point, you know, because they did make good cars, but it's hard to deny the fact that they made rebadged Fords. Not exactly a whole lot of enthusiast appeal in making a rebadged Ford with a slightly nice waterfall grill, so I get it. But, you know, a couple models aside, they weren't terrible, but they were also nothing special. So, unfortunately, nostalgia aside, I will have to put it in C tier. Just because, you know, they made plenty of good cars, they made plenty of cool cars, but, you know, they also didn't make a whole lot of anything special. Sad to say. GMC. I know I could easily just put in like E tier as well, but you know, and I might because I drive a GMC right now. That's a Sierra, but like I never really understood the appeal of GMC. I still kind of don't get it to a certain degree. I mean, you do get a bit more tech, and some people do like the styling compared to the Chevy products, but aside from that, I never really saw the appeal. I mean, you know, the Yukons are good SUVs. I'm not going to deny them. I mean, they're just blinged out Tahoes and Suburbans. I would easily drive one of those compared to an Escalade because they're better. But you know, other than the styling and some bits and pieces here and there, not real. I don't get it. You know, the Sierras are nice trucks, but again, they're just rebadged Chevy Silverados. And aside from better styling, at least in my opinion, and some nicer bits and pieces here and there, is there any big difference? Not really. You know, the canyons are nice as well. Again, not the first generation canyons. No, no. First gen cars and canyons are garbage. The second generation ones are good. You know, I was actually looking at it got sold, but I was actually looking at a 2018 Chevy Colorado that had like 50,000 miles on it, and it was being sold with a Duramax and a six-speed manual in it. And I still kick myself for not buying that thing. Just how it is. But aside from that, those are good cars. Now, when you're talking about like the SUVs that don't say Yukon on it, they're terrible. Acadia's Terrains, you know, I think it's just the Acadian Terrain. They're still god awful cars. I worked at a GMC dealer. If you had one of those cars come up that did not have a check engine light on it, th- check engine light on it, that was an off day for you. If you went a week without having one of those cars roll in without a check engine light on it, it was an off week for you. Like you felt like you were in the fucking twilight zone. Because I saw so many Acadias and Terrains coming with check engine lights on them. Those things ate O2 sensors like they were candy. It's kind of sad, actually. Um, but yeah, other than the Typhoon and the Cyclone, those Mad Lad kind of vehicles, there's really nothing there to GMC that's any better than what Chevrolet does. Again, they make good trucks and good full size SUVs, but they also make plenty of crap, and there's not really a whole lot there to more appeal to it. So, kind of get stuck in C tier. It's a Jeep thing, bro. You wouldn't understand. You're right. I don't understand. Um, I don't get Jeep. I really don't get Jeep at all. I mean, there's only been one vehicle I've driven from Jeep, and keep in mind, I haven't driven a whole lot of Jeeps because mostly at my old job we were dealing with like maybe the oldest car we could get would be 2002. Maybe 2001 was the oldest we would get. Other than that, we were dealing with modern vehicles. So I haven't driven like, a whole lot of 80s, 90s, the 70s, 60s stuff other than the stuff that I've looked at like offer up to like test drive and stuff like that. So keep all this in mind. But I do know my history and I do know it well. And again, I eat, drink, sleep this stuff. So, with regards to Jeep, the only models that I've personally driven that I've liked have been the not the newest Grand Cherokees, but like the previous generation Grand Cherokees. I love those SUVs so much. If you had to force me to get into a midsize SUV, I would easily take a Grand Cherokee over everything else. You know, because you know, because the interiors are pretty solid for the most part. There's some cheapness here and there, but they're not bad. They ride really well. They handle decent. They handle really well. 3.6 liter Pentastar V6, good little motor that makes plenty of power and gets good fuel economy in return. Although you could easily, although you could easily get it with the 5.7 liter Hemi, and that's not a bad option either. Plenty of space. Space. I mean, they look nice. They were good cars. They were genuinely good SUVs. Every other Jeep, no, no. Like I've driven so many Wranglers, and I know every college sorority girl from UCLA, and I know every douche bro who wants to be in the military but couldn't make it through basic because I knock out my drill sergeant. Loves their Jeep Wranglers. I don't get them at all. They're underpowered, they're slow, they're extremely uncomfortable, they're downright dangerous. They handle like ass, especially because of the death wobble. The interiors are cheaper than cheap. Road noise, wind noise, just the absolute worst vehicles. I'm sure on a rocky trail, I'm sure up in Moab, I'm sure off road, they are brilliant little machines, brilliant mountain goats that can go over everything. On the road, no, they're terrible. They suck. And outside of those two, and that's what I think of the Wrangler. That's what I think of their most popular product, their most iconic product. And the one product that they do besides the Grand Cherokee really well. Everything else, though, terrible. Driven the newer Jeep Cherokees, awful. Driven a Jeep Patriot once with the terrible Jacko CVT, awful. Actually managed to cause the transmission temperature warning light to come on halfway through driving up to where I needed to go, and I had to turn around back and get one of our techs to look at it. Terrible. Driven a Jeep Renegade, the little Fiat 500 XL based Renegade. Awful. Driven a Jeep Gladiator. Awful. They make terrible, terrible cars that don't, anything that doesn't say Grand Cherokee or Wrangler on it is just garbage. Now, I'm saying this as far as modern cars are concerned. XJ Cherokee, sure XJ Cherokee, haven't driven one of those, but I am sure those rigs are reliable, and I'm sure they're going to be future collectibles when all the good ones have either been completely destroyed or just don't exist anymore. I guarantee the XJ Cherokee is going to be a future collectible. People are going to be paying stupid amounts of money for a clean one. Um, the ZJ Grand Cherokees from like the 90s. I briefly drove one of those. I was actually kind of impressed with it. It was fairly decent for an SUV. The Grand Wagoneers, like the old SJ Grand Wagoneers, especially the ones from these, I love those things. I would totally own one if they weren't stupid expensive. You know, of course, I'm sure Tin Worm has destroyed a lot of them as a result, and I definitely would not want to deal with something that still had a big carbureted 5.9 liter V8 that got maybe 5 miles to the gallon highway on a good day. But there is an appeal to them that I can respect. I respect the drip, but you know, let's really think about this for a second. Speaking as an enthusiast, you've got what are the good cheap products? You've got the Wrangler, you've got the Gladiator trucks from like the old days. You've got the Comanches, the Cherokees, the Grand Cherokees, the Grand Wagoneers, and that's about it. Everything else like the Compass, hateful little car. The Patriot, the Liberty, hateful little cars. The Renegades, hateful, awful, terrible cars. The new Cherokees that are front-wheel drive, terrible. The Gladiator pickup truck that they make, terrible. I'm sure the new Grand Wagoneers are nice, but ain't nobody gonna be paying 100,000 some odd dollars for a Jeep. It's just not gonna happen. No one's that nuts. Um, but but I guess that's kind of like the big problem with it is that it's not that there aren't Jeeps that appeal to me. I just don't understand the appeal of them. You know, especially with regards to the Wrangler. I'm not saying that the Wrangler doesn't have a purpose. I'm just saying that you take that off, you drive that, you use as your daily driver on the road. What the fuck are you doing? That's all I got. All I gotta say. So I don't get it. I never will. I know. I know Jeep has plenty of enthusiast cred, but the fan base makes it out like it's the second coming of Jesus, and it's just not. I've driven plenty of them. There's been one car, maybe two, that I've driven that I really like. Everything else, I can just take or leave. And if I'm sure if I were to drive like an older Grand Wagoneer or maybe a newer Grand Wagoneer or Cherokee, I could find a couple more models to add to the cars that I like. But other than that, they just don't have any. They just don't have any appeal to me. And they've had plenty of junk in their lifetime too. Let's be fair here. So there it is. There it is. Audi, another useless dickhead inside. Actually, as much as I make fun of it, I actually do like Audis quite a bit. I know they are completely unreliable. I know they will basically drain you out of house and home with their repair bills and their unexpected repairs and all that. I know they made plenty of junk like the first generation all roads, and their crossover Q series cars are terrible and stuff like that, but Audi's made some good cars, and the Audis that I have driven, I have liked. As far as I'm concerned, they make the best turbo four-cylinder engines out of any of the German manufacturers, but that's also because they've been making turbo four cylinders for a long time, so they got really good at it. And they're actually pretty exciting to drive. Their interiors are really, really, really nice. Like even a base model A4 interior is way ahead of a Mercedes C300 or especially a base model BMW 3 Series interior. It's not even funny. Um, they handle really well. The ride's a good compromise. The styling's kind of hit and miss with me. Kind of took me a while to warm up to them a little bit. Now that I have, I acknowledge they're pretty sharp. Are there Audis that I would want to own? That's a little bit kind of there. An RS6 would be interesting to own. I do kind of like some generations of the A8, but I'd still rather buy an S Class, hell, even a 7 Series over an A8. The R8 just holds no appeal to me. The TT is a hairdresser's car. Um, so there's not a whole lot there that I would own, but of the few ones that I've driven, I like them. And I do think they're good cars, reliability issues aside. So yeah, Audi's Audi's there. BMW, break my wallet. BMW actually has the opposite problem with me. Out of the BMW models that I've had the misfortune of driving, most of which have been base model 3 and 4 series with that shitty little turbo 4 pod in it, there have not been a whole lot of Beamer models that I've liked. You know, like of the two that of the couple I've driven, there's only three that immediately come to mind. The 135, like the first generation 135, which was actually a really solid car, even if it did have an automatic in it, really zippy little go kart. The 2015 M4 convertible hardtop that I drove, hardtop convertible. That was really fun actually. Actually, anything with BMW with an inline six in it is pretty solid. Get a four-cylinder BMW, you just suck. And a surprisingly enough, a 2011 BMW 550 with the 4.4 liter twin turbo V8. Not a very powerful V8, but a surprisingly competent cruiser. Very comfortable, actually, which, considering that BMWs have very washboard rides, I was surprised by. But, I don't like how BMWs are. I don't like the seats for the most part unless you upgrade to the M Sport Performance package and get the better seats in there. You know, they don't. I don't think they look nice. They really don't look nice. Nice. They don't. They really don't look nice now. They're not very comfortable. They're not very fast. The modern ones don't handle all that well. Like, to me, BMW had its peak before the turn of the century. Starting in 2001, they just went downhill and downhill fast. And I honestly think they are the most overrated car brand on the face of the planet. And I hate everyone who basically thinks that buying a BMW for clout over something that'll actually work is yeah. And it doesn't help that they're not very reliable and they cost an arm and a leg and all that. I don't like modern BMWs. But I've never driven a classic BMW to really compensate for that, you know. I wouldn't mind owning a classic BMW. Like I wouldn't mind owning like a E34 5 Series with an inline six and a manual in it. Doesn't have to be an M5. It could easily just be like a 535i or something. Wouldn't mind owning a an E36 or even an E30 3 Series with a manual and an inline six in it. Certainly wouldn't mind owning like an E32 or E38 7 Series with the big V12 in it. Stay away from the V8s. Big V12. Um, Even though those are probably going to cost an arm and a leg to run. Same with the E31 8 series with the big V12 in it. Probably gonna drain you out of house and home, but it'd probably be a fantastic experience. Like no other. But aside from those models, I would actively avoid BMW at all costs because I've just driven way too many modern BMW models to really be impressed by them. Like the 3 series, the modern 3 series are garbage unless you get unless you get the inline six in them. The same thing with the 4 series. Unless you get an i6 in them, there's no point in them because the turbo 4s are garbage. The 5 series, they're good. They've got far better interiors. In fact, I actually think the interiors and like the 2010s BMW 3 series are just terrible. They feel like Pontiac interiors, and I don't mean that in a good way. Very cheap feeling inside. Same with the 4 series. 5 series is better with the interiors. Most of them come with the inline six standard. But the ride's a bit too jiggly and for me, and I can't really fin them that well. Their SUVs are terrible. All the X series BMWs are just terrible. I've had so many X series BMWs that we bought at our old job get returned back to their customers. It was not even funny. X5, X6, X1, X3, doesn't matter what it is. You see that little X, you run for the hills if you're smart. They're garbage. Um, you know, I don't really know, man. Like if I were to buy a BMW, it'd have to be pre 1999. It would have to have either an inline six with a manual transmission, or it'd have to be like one of the big V12 cars. Those are the only times I would own a BMW. Everything else, I would avoid it as much as possible. I don't think they're that good, and their track record shows that they're not that good. They're disposable. They're appliances. They're just they're terrible. They're terrible cars still bought by people who think that they're good and they're just not. They just aren't. I'm sorry. If you like modern BMWs, fine. Fine. You're wrong, but fine. So, yeah. I think just based on how strong their pre turn of the millennium lineup was, BMW gets into C series. If it wasn't for how good their cars used to be, they'd be a tier lower. I mean that sincerely. Volvo. Um, I like Volvo. I've driven plenty of modern Volvos. I haven't driven the old brick Volvos like the 200, 900, 800, 700 series. I haven't driven those. Um, I've also never driven a Volvo Estate actually, which surprises even me because Volvo is known for estate cars. And honestly, I wouldn't mind owning a Volvo wagon. But like I've driven XC60s and like the new XC90s, the second generation S80s, a new S90, and I actually like Volvo a lot. I honestly really do. I think they're attractive cars, they make good solid engines. The little 2 liter turbo four cylinders actually are fairly smooth and get good economy and make decent power. But even like the 3.2 liter inline six that I drove in that S80, that's a really really nice engine in it. Even if it is a little bit of a gas hog, they ride really well. They are so smooth and comfortable. S80, some of the S80, like the second gen S80 I drove, some of the best seats I've ever had in any car. Those seats were great. The seats in the S90 not so much. They were a bit too stiff and sporty for my liking. That's the only thing I'd have to really say about it. Plenty of space in them. The interiors are really well sorted out and nice to sit in. They're solid cars, all things considered. They're really solid cars. I'm sure the older ones, they had their issues. If you get one with the 4T65 transmission, I'm sure it's terrible, which I know everyone says that, oh, the junk GM 4T65. No, the 4T65 is decent if you get it in a V6 powered front wheel drive car. You get it in an inline 6 or V8 powered all wheel drive car, like what Volvo was doing with like the XC90 and the S80s and all that. Yeah, that transmission's going to break pretty much verbatim because it just can't take it. It's wrong transmission for the wrong application. And they've had their black eyes. They've made their bad cars. I'm sure. Um, especially when Ford owned them and Geely first got them. But I can't really say anything that terrible about Volvo. In all honesty, I know they're like prime hipster bait and all that, but their modern stuff at the very least, I actually think is very solid. I really like those cars a lot. I was surprised at how much I like those cars a lot. I really did. It kind of converted me. It's kind of like the one thing I can look at to Sweden and say, you guys have managed to create something good. Still doesn't make up for you inflicting both Greta Thunberg and ABBA on us, but hey, it's at least something. So, surprisingly enough, Buick, Buick. Um, okay, like I know that Buick isn't cool anymore, and the only reason Buick is cool is because the West Taiwanese love them. Um, and Buick does have a stereotype for a reason. They all are all stereotyped as being owned by 65, 70, 80-year-old pensioners living in Florida who can barely see over the steering wheel and complain about everything, going 45 in the fast lane with their blinker on. It's not that that stereotype hasn't been disproven, but Buick has made some good cars and some cool cars. It's just they've also made a lot of junk as well. But that's typical GM for you. Like, if you look at Buicks from like the 60s and hell, I'd even argue the 70s to a certain extent. Like, you look at the old Electras and LeSabres, like especially the full size ones from like 65 to 70, sharp looking cars, fantastic looking cars. The first generation Buick Riviera, gorgeous car. Buick Grand Sport, awesome looking car. Bowtail Rivieras, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but you can't deny it makes a statement. The Grand National, who's really going to say anything bad about the Grand National? If you want to live, that is. I'm sure it has its flaws, certainly, but that car has gotten the respect it deserves for reasons. So there is that. And like even though like even during the 90s when Buick stopped kind of having like the performance and the Grand National went away, it's not like they were making bad cars at all. You look at the early to mid 90s LeSabres are decent enough cars. The first generation Park Avenues are actually really solid cars. You could get it with a supercharged 3.8 liter V6 in them, so they made decent power. They were super comfortable. The interiors were actually really good, not just by 90s GM standards, but just by, domestic standards in general. They were really solidly put together interiors. You had the Roadmaster Estate. That thing, no one's going to deny a big old wagon with a Corvette motor in it. Come on, you don't have a soul? But then 1997 happened, and Buicks just became blobby, ugly, boring cars with really bad interiors in them. You look at like the final generation with Sabres and the Centuries and the Park Avenues and stuff like that. They're awful. And then they came out with like the Rendezvous and the Terrazza. And then you had the Lucerne come up, which isn't a bad car in its own right. I've driven one of those, but it's meant to replace both the LeSabre and the Park Avenue. It didn't really replace neither effectively. The first generation LaCrosse, God, that's a terrible looking car. Um, and all they make now is crappy SUVs. Again, from my experience working in a GMC Buick Cadillac dealership, the Encores, the Envisions, the Enclaves, all terrible cars, all coming in with check engine lights and worn suspension components and timing chain issues. They're junk. They're just junk. Like really, the only car that Buick has made that, in my eyes at least, is any good ever since the 2010s has been the Regal Tour X. Big all-wheel drive wagon that you can get for stupid dirt cheap, at least with regards to wagons. Makes good horsepower, makes good torque, plenty of space. Interior's actually nice. Doesn't ride nearly as softly as you would think, but it's still plenty practical. Plus, you can easily buy one of those for the same price as a Subaru Outback, and you get a much more powerful um, engine in it. You actually get a proper transmission instead of a whiny CVT. It probably won't break as much. The interior is a lot nicer, and it gives you the added benefit of looking like a pensioner, unlike the Subaru Outback, which just makes you look like some annoying spinster girl living in Bend, Oregon, with self-diagnosed autism and a made-up gluten allergy. Just saying. Oh, I'm gonna get some flack for that. But you know, like I'm not saying that Buick doesn't build good cars. They have built good cars. They built plenty of good cars, but they haven't been building good cars outside of one, maybe two blips ever since, 1997. You know, 26 years to go without even a halfway decent vehicle. That's not a good sign in all honesty. And really for that, they still only really appeal to retirees and moms who don't know any better in all honesty. Remember those stupid "That's not a Buick" ads campaign from like the early 2010s? I don't even know what the fuck GM was thinking with that. That's almost as bad as "Not Your Father's Oldsmobile." Um, so yeah, like again, I'm trying to, you know, there are good Buick cars. I like good Buick cars. If you were to give me a certain Buick car, I would have no problem taking it, but would have to be a specific kind of Buick. Um, Everything else though, I could just take or leave, and haven't had the best reliability, even though they've built the arguably the best American-made V6 engine in our Lord and Savior, the mighty 3800 Buick V6. You know, that's been away since 2008, 2009, thanks to emission standards. So all you just get are just GM corporate V6s that aren't nearly as good and aren't nearly as reliable. Their cars don't look that good. The interiors are barely better than what you can get in a Chevrolet. Again, outside the Touareg, which is no longer around because it wasn't very popular because people hate wagons. Really not a whole lot to offer with Buick. So good old fashioned C tier for them. Shelby, again, I guess unlike Hennessy and
Saline, I guess you can kind of count Shelby as its own specific manufacturer, even if, again, all they just do is build like crazy tuned Mustangs and everything. But I guess you could call them as their own manufacturer. But again, I just never really got the appeal of Shelby. I mean, from like a go fast, go loud sort of thing, I'm sure it's there, but you can't really use the power. I'm sure they're not very comfortable just day-to-day driving. And you know what, in all honesty, buying a Shelby Mustang is like buying an Alienware computer. You're buying something so overpriced just for the badge and the fancy gigas alone, when you could have easily built something that was better, more reliable, more usable, and just overall better suited to what you needed than what you paid for that. But no, you wanted the brand name and you wanted the fancy gigas. And you know I'm right. You know I am right. I probably just pissed off so many people with that. And honestly, I just wouldn't own a Shelby Mustang in all honesty. They're just kind of ridiculous to me. Like, again, I kind of understand from primitive monkey, like in primitive monkey brain, car go fast, car do donuts, car do this sort of thing. But, you know, I'm not that kind of enthusiast. It doesn't have a whole lot of appeal to me. They're expensive. They're just not very practical, I guess. So, kind of like, actually, just the only reason I'm putting in seats here is mostly just for the history alone. And I wouldn't mind owning like a classic, like Shelby Mustang, like a '69 Shelby Mustang. Other than that, you know, no reason. Fuck Tesla. That's all I gotta say. I You could not pay me. You could not give me a Tesla even for free. The only way I would ever get a Tesla, even for free, is if you were to give me 1,000 rounds of 7.62 ammunition, an M60 machine gun, and 2.5 pounds of tannerite, and say, "Have fun." That's the only way I would take a Tesla. I have driven exactly one Tesla in my life, and it was the most horrible experience I've ever dealt with. No physical controls whatsoever, so you have to go through an unreliable iPad that is impossible to navigate. You know, the seats are terrible. The interior is barely better than what you would get in a Chevy Cavalier. It doesn't ride very well. It looks ugly, you know. Oh, but it makes fast 0 to 60 times. It's the fastest selling 0 to 60 car. What the fuck ever? What the fuck ever? You know? I only really admire Tesla for their fast charging technology. I would never buy one of their cars in a million years, not even for free. They are not worth the exorbitant markups that either they themselves or the people trying to sell them do. And I really do not want to associate myself with smug, virtue signaling assholes who think they're actually saving the planet when really they're not. Or crypto bros who won't shut up about how, oh, Dogecoin's going to be the greatest thing ever, bro. It's going to be like the greatest thing since the gold standard, bro. It's going to revolutionize the financial industry, bro. And just Musk cultists in general. I don't even dislike Tesla because of Musk, okay? And let's be fair here. If Musk didn't have the views that he did and was espousing the views that, you know, people wanted him to espouse, he would not be nearly as divisive or as hated as he is now. I guarantee it. But leaving politics aside, Teslas, I hate how they drive. I hate everything about them. I hate every stupid little idiosyncratic piece of bullshit they offer. They are the one car I would not buy in a million years. If it was a choice between a Tesla or the bus, I am taking the bus. That is a fact. I would sooner pedal around on a motorized bike, not a motorcycle, just like one of those stupid little pedal bikes with the electric motor in it. I'd rather be on one of those than a Tesla. Okay? I hate everything about that car company. This is the one time I'm never going to be objective at all. Fuck Tesla. And if you don't like me saying that, then fuck you too. Rant over. Um. Okay. What else? Next up on the list is Caterham. Again, Caterham's just kind of like Lotus. Okay, Caterham basically is Lotus. They just keep making Lotus 7s with like various engines in it, and they've been doing that since the 70s. Again, like BAC, Caterham has like one specific sort of thing to it. I understand the appeal of it. It's just not my sort of thing. You know, it's a hyper specialized car meant to do one thing and one thing alone. And aside from that, it's really not the best you can get. So that's gonna go on the D list. And actually, now that I see it, Ariel is kind of the same way. So Ariel is on the D list as well. I'm not saying they're bad cars at all. They have their specific purposes. You know, they're small independent companies built in Britain. Whatever, build quality is not going to be the best. They're not. They weren't designed to go day to day. I get that, but you know, it's just just not my thing. I understand it. It's just not for me. I woke up in a new Bugatti. The car that every single 11-year-old car guy loves besides his my 1000 horsepower 2JZ Mark IV Supra. I honestly have never really met a car guy who really does like Bugatti. I don't like Bugatti. You know, my dad's a car guy. He doesn't like Bugatti. My best friend, Chris, is a car guy. He doesn't like Bugatti. A lot of guys I've talked to who are big car enthusiasts just don't like Bugatti. You know, the original Veyron was a technical achievement. I'm not going to dismiss or discount that under any circumstances. It's an impressive piece of engineering, especially considering the technology of its time. But I'm sorry, they're just not very good. They're way overpriced for what they are. They look ugly as hell. The interiors are just honestly, the interiors are just way too over the top in my opinion. You know, there's not you're not going to be able to use all that power under any normal circumstances. They're prohibitively expensive. I mean, $20,000 for an oil change. Are you fucking serious? So, I don't understand the appeal. And as far as I'm concerned, there are far better, you know, not even supercars, hypercars that you can get that have more appeal than that for less money. And they look better too. Even if I'm not a big hypercar guy, I at least understand that. So, yeah, Bugatti gets an F. And I can't even say it in a historical context. Like, I can't even compare it to, like, the Bugatti Royales or the Type 57 SC Atlantics from, like, the 30s, or hell, even the EB 110 from the 90s. You know, because that name just means so much different. And those cars, as impressive as they are, just, you know, they have the same issues, really, in all honesty. So, yeah, Bugatti's an F tier. You don't like it? Since Ben. Oh, cool. Holden. All right. Gonna talk about an Australian manufacturer. Terrible Aussie impression. I'm sorry. You know, I kind of admire Holden towards the end of its life, still doing its best to make its big V8 powered bogan mobiles with rear wheel drive and you know, just all right, crikey. Crikey, it's 8 to 60 in 4.6 seconds, 6-liter V8 under the hood, mate. You know, sort of stuff. The fact that we had to import their cars because we weren't building good performance cars aside from the Corvette should really be all that needs to be said about it. You know, the Chevy SS is basically just a Holden Commodore. The Pontiac GTO from the mid 2000s was just a Holden Monaro. You know, Aussie is basically like Australia. As far as the car industry goes, Australia is basically like Bizarro America, in all honesty. Kind of why I admire them because they just make good old fashioned American muscle cars, but just for bogans. Um, but I can't also deny that toward the end, especially with GM rebadging a lot of other stuff that really wasn't that good. They weren't the best car company around either. It is kind of sad, that they're gone. It's kind of like Ford is, because to have a car company that very much embodied your national identity to sort of disappear and to have all that history just poof into dust overnight is kind of depressing. But at the same time, outside of their specific models, they didn't have a whole lot of appeal. And, people were doing what they did, but better. Sorry to say. But, and really outside of unless you're a big car guy like I am and know all this sort of stuff, uh, if you don't live in Australia or New Zealand, Holden really just does not have a whole lot of appeal. Again, unless you're a big car guy, you ask what a Holden is to someone on the street, they'll be like, "What?" So, but I'm not going to deny that they made some kick-ass cars in their time, Monaros and Commodores and stuff like that. But they're gone for a reason. But still, they try to keep their dignity toward the end. So B tier they go into. Toyota. I don't like Toyota very much. Sorry to say. Because I've driven plenty of Toyotas, as you might expect. And honestly, I really, next to BMW and Tesla, I honestly do think Toyota is one of the most overrated car manufacturers in the world. I have driven plenty of their cars so many times. I've driven various kinds of Corollas. I don't like them. I've driven various kinds of Camrys. I don't care for them. I've driven like the newer Avalon. Didn't really care all that much for it. I did drive a 2001 Avalon. That was surprisingly really good, but, you know. I've driven RAV4s. Don't like them. I've driven Highlanders. Don't really care for them. I've driven Sequoias. Decent. Still would rather have a Tahoe, though. Land Cruisers, overrated. You know, their trucks. Oh my God, I am so sick of their trucks. Oh, but Toyota trucks are so reliable. And oh, they ride like trucks from the 70s. Their interiors aren't that good. Their motors are completely all wrong and making too much horsepower and not enough torque. And I and they're and they don't understand interiors well with them, especially on the Tacomas. Not the new Tacomas that are coming out, but like the current Tacomas on sale. I swear to God, if you are not like 5'5" to 5'10" and not between like 175 to 205 pounds, you are gonna have a miserable time driving around in a Toyota Tacoma because you are just not gonna fit. Like perfect example. Perfect example. My old job. I had to drive from San Diego all the way up to San Bernardino, Super Bowl weekend, in like a new Tacoma, like a 2016 Tacoma, 2016 2017. This thing was a base model truck. There was no way to adjust the seat height on it. There was no way to adjust the seat height on it whatsoever. Well, that's kind of standard for a truck. Yeah, and it's standard on my 2008 GMC Sierra. But I can still fit in my GMC Sierra. I can't fit in a Tacoma's cabin. So here's basically how it is. Because I cannot fit in a Tacoma, there's no Tacoma's cabin normally, and there's no way for me to adjust the seat in that car because it's basically bolted to the floor and you can't move the seat up and down because it feels like it's bolted to the floor. I basically had to gangster lean it like that, sitting on what felt like a piece of plywood with a nail in it for about an hour and 45 minutes of a drive, all the while completely uncomfortable. I get there, the customer drives it, he's the perfect height and build that I said, he has no problems with it. His wife drives it. She's like 5'1" at most, 90 pounds soaking wet. She had to get a cushion to sit over the steering wheel because, again, the seat didn't adjust. That kind of says it all with the Tacoma. And I know I'm ranting about the Tacoma, but it's an overrated truck and it's terrible. I'm sorry. I don't care how reliable it is. If it sucks to drive, it sucks to drive. And It doesn't help that Toyota has kind of an overrated reputation with regards to everything like that. You know, the Corolla is not God's gift to the car world. It's got a lot of issues. I'm sorry. I've driven plenty of Corollas. I don't think they're all that good. They're better than, the other compact competition. That's not a very high bar to set though. And even then I'd still prefer a Honda Civic. Um, you know, and all the car guys talking about, oh, my Mark IV Super 2JZ can make 1,000 horsepower. Da, 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 da. Whatever. You're still paying whatever. As far as I'm concerned, you're paying new Corvette or new Porsche Boxster money for something for an almost 30-year-old car that's got an interior that feels no better than what you'd get in a 1992 Ford Escort. I'm sorry. I just don't see the appeal at all. At all. That's not to say that Toyota hasn't made good cars or, Toyotas are unreliable cars or all that. They make good cars. I wouldn't mind owning some of their cars myself, in all honesty. I like the Mark III Supers. I don't like the Mark IVs, but I like the Mark IIIs. AW11 SW20 MR2s could definitely see, could definitely, wouldn't mind owning one of those. Um, Hell, even like the Avalons, the Japanese Buicks, like the first gen or second gen. If you could get like a bench seat with a calm shifter in it, I wouldn't mind owning one of those. I've driven one. They're comfy. But then again, I've also got the back problems of an 80-year-old man and the personality of an 80-year-old man, so might as well drive a car fit for an 80-year-old man, more or less. But other than that, other than all those, there's just not a whole lot of Toyotas there. And again, I'm not discounting their reliability, even though I do think it is stupid to be putting turbo V6s inside of big full-size Tundras. I don't think they're going to last as long as Toyota wants them to, especially considering that Toyota has had problems with turbos in the past. You know, but otherwise they're fairly reliable. Lots of people love them for being disposable. But at the end of the day, I've driven plenty. Again, this does not come from a place of ignorance. I have driven, plenty of their newer cars and even some, cars from like the 2000s and stuff like that. I do not see the appeal at all. I just don't. I don't. They're not my kind of cars, and even if they're not my kind of cars, objectively speaking, I think they're kind of flawed. Sorry. You know, the Toyota Corolla may last 500,000 miles. Cool. A Honda Civic or a Mazda 3 can do the same thing, and they're infinitely more fun to drive. And I can fit in them. And I can fit in them much better. Sorry. So with all that being said, see it's here for Toyota. Gonna say it. Okay, next up is Doge. Ah, good old Doge. I've driven plenty of modern Doges before, not even discounting Rams. I've driven Chargers and Challengers, and hell, I kind of even like the Durangos. They make good cars. And they made good cars back, in the 60s with the Challengers, 60s and, kind of early 70s with the Monacos and the Challengers and the Chargers and, all that stuff. But there was a period from about 1974 up until 2009 or so that Dodge sucked. They did. They made terrible, terrible, unreliable cars, even as far back as like the 70s with like the bigger Monacos that rusted away into nothing and had so many build quality issues despite the solid powertrains. You had the like the St. Regis and the Magnum from like the late 70s, early 80s. Those rusted away into nothing, got destroyed and smashed up. Then they kept building a bunch of K car variants. Then they had the the Daytona, which was that little kind of K car derived front wheel drive sort of thing, meant to compete against like the Chevy Camaro and the Mustang and the Pontiac Firebird. Really? You know, you know, and then they just kept building crap. Like I know plenty of people love the first generation Neon. I'm sure it was a good car, but the second gen was terrible outside of like the SRT4 variant, the Avenger, the Caliber, the Nitro, the second generation Durangos, you know honestly, if it was not for the Dodge Viper, their entire lineup from about 75 to 2009 would be completely irredeemable because they made crap during those years. They made nothing appealing outside of the Viper and their trucks. And that was it. And even the trucks were starting to have their issues, compared to Chevy and Ford's efforts. So, honestly, if it wasn't for like the Charger and the Challenger, Dodge would be in a far worse place with us than there is. And of course, Dodge made a good comeback. The Chargers and the Challengers are good cars in their own right. I've driven plenty of Chargers and Challengers before, 3.6, 5.7, 6.4. I even drove a Hellcat once. Fantastic platforms, long in the tooth, but, long in the tooth and their interiors are a bit cheap, but, they're powerful. They got plenty of space. They're surprisingly comfortable in the right trim. Big trunks. I can't really complain about the Challengers and Chargers. The modern Durangos are fairly solid SUVs. I'm not going to say they're brilliant, but they don't ride too bad. They've got plenty of space in them. Make decent power. They look kind of nice. So, but then again, Dodge also made stuff like the Grand Caravan and the Dodge Journey. Ugh. So they're not perfect either, you know. But and they've always had spotty reliability records thanks to the good old Chrysler quality lottery. And because this is tough. Like when you think of Dodge, discounting the classic like muscle cars of the 60s and even like the modern interpretations of now, really, and the Viper and their trucks, they haven't really been making good vehicles. You know, no one's going to say a Dodge Aries is a good vehicle. No one's going to say a Caliber is a good vehicle, or Dodge Nitro, or Dodge Avenger, or Dodge Stratus, or Intrepid, or any of that. They made junk, and they made junk for a long, long time. I can't really say, taking into the historical context, that their modern efforts, as good as they are, can basically dispel all the bad will they built up for 20, 30 some odd years, you know. So it's C, but it's basically borderline C at this point. If they made more crappy cars than they did classic cars, they would definitely be an E tier in my opinion, because no amount of how good the stuff back during, the 60s, early 70s, and today accounts for just the kind of shit they inflicted on the public. Honestly, when it comes to stuff like that, I wish I had a time machine to take like 5 of those examples and bring them to like the legislators and the car maker and like the legislators and the congressionals and the lobbyists and all that, and I would force them to drive each one of those cars for like 100 some odd miles, and after they're done, they look me dead in the eyes and say, "This is what Chrysler's inflicting on the American public. Do you seriously think they're worth saving from bankruptcy?" And if they still say yes, I would slap them with a rubber chicken or something like that. I don't know. But like, yeah, yeah, it's hard to do that. Next up, Barth. Again, I don't even know if a Barth is its own brand. I know technically it kind of is its own brand that's separate from Fiat, but to me, they're kind of like a tuning house, not really their own separate brand. And they're just making fast Fiats. They make fast Fiats. They make Fiats that are fast and have a bit more enthusiast appeal. Nothing really special. So they get C tier because they just make Fiats but better, but they're still Fiats. That's how I see it. Hummer. And no, it's not because of like environmental concerns or the message it sent or how it was. They're just junk. Hummers are junk. I always wanted my parents to get a Hummer when I was like 10 years old. I was a stupid, stupid little shit who should have been smacked in the face with a brick for thinking that. Because I've driven Hummer H2s and H3s. They are god awful vehicles. They don't make enough power. They're far too bulky and cumbersome for the most part. They're terrible on gas. Their interiors are absolutely nasty. And I don't know how you make something with an interior that freaking big and somehow have windows that make it feel like you're driving around in an M4 Sherman. I don't understand that at all. It is a god awful piece of shit vehicle that should have stayed in the deepest, most deplorable parts of the early to mid 2000s where it belonged. I do not understand the appeal of them at all. As far as I'm concerned, you should just get yourself a GMT 800 Tahoe or Suburban that has the same powertrain in it, that is going to be infinitely more reliable, infinitely more practical, and doesn't make you look like a raging douchebag. Simple as. Don't even buy a Hummer. Don't even buy it as like a gag or something. I know there are people buying it when like gas is like, $2.09 in certain states back in like 2018. I bet those people feel really fucking stupid right now. Eagle. Um, this may seem a bit weird, but for those of you who don't know cars, or even some car guys are like, huh? Eagle was basically kind of when Chrysler acquired AMC back in 1987, 1988, they basically made the Eagle offshoot brand to kind of take all of AMC's product line that they had and just keep selling them, as well as a couple of other things. Really, Eagle has no reason to exist at all because literally all they just did was sell either rebat, because literally their entire product line was just rebatch rentals, or in the case of literally they had like four products. They had a rebadged Renault Alliance, they had a rebadged first and second generation Mitsubishi Eclipse, and they had a rebadged Dodge Intrepid. And that was it. There was no reason for Eagle to exist at all. And really their cars outside of the Talon aren't very good. But even then, the only reason you'd buy an Eagle Talon in the first place was because you can't actually find a genuine Mitsubishi Eclipse that hasn't been completely molested or destroyed. Only reason. So, yeah, there they go. Oh, the mad lads at Pagani. Um, I respect Pagani quite a bit for making a better Lamborghini than admittedly Lamborghini makes to a certain degree. I kind of do like, again, just how off the wall and crazy off the cuff they go with their cars. They don't really appeal to me. I like the Zondas enough. Don't really care for all the special editions they had. They're not very practical, but I guess that's kind of the point. The Huayra's pretty ugly. So they have their appeal, they have their fans. I kind of get it to a certain degree. It's still never going to be for me. That's just the kind of person that I am. But I, when it comes to like these like specialized boutique hypercars, Pagani would kind of be the only one that I would buy. So they go in a B tier. Simple as. Mini, or what they really should be called Maxi. British built cars with BMW parts in them. That's all there is to be said. And plenty of I've driven minis in my day. The original kind of mini, like the only one that can be kind of called mini at this point, it's a fun little car to drive. Mine had a slush box in it. Kind of wish I could drive one with like a 6-speed manual in it. I'm sure it'd be a lot of fun. But like the Countryman, the Coupe, the Clubman, stuff like that, they're not very good. Their interiors aren't really the best. Their seats aren't very good. The rides are not all that great. They don't handle very well, surprisingly enough. The engines, when mated to automatics, don't give a lot of fun power, and I just don't understand why you would be willing to take the plunge on something that expensive and that overpriced and that unreliable at the end of the day. I don't get the appeal of Mini at all. If Mini seriously just only sold the original Mini Revival and that was it, that would be fine. But them trying to expand further out, no. I don't think it works. So they're going in F tier. Mainly because I also wouldn't buy a Mini because I'm smarter than that. Ugh. Talk about a fall from grace. So when it comes to Nissan, I've driven plenty of modern Nissans. They're junk. They've got the worst, most cheapest materials, cheapest interiors on the face of the planet. Coming, like it feels like it came out of like a '98 Pontiac Sunfire kind of cheap. They're nasty. Their driving dynamics are terrible. They're ugly. They're not built right. They're completely unreliable, especially thanks to their CVTs. They are just junk. Like I even drove like a Nissan 370Z automatic. It wasn't manual, and even that car wasn't very good. It was way too long in the tooth at that point. It just needed to be put out of its misery. I did not understand the appeal of the angry trombone at all. But Nissan wasn't always like that before the turn of the century. They made good cars. The 240Z, actually all the Z cars in general. I love the 300ZX. The classic GTRs, like the Skyline GTRs, like the R32 and the R33 and even the R34. Even though I do think the R34 is pretty overrated. Not gonna lie. The Maximas were actually pretty good back then. You know, the Pathfinders, like the original two-door Pathfinders, those were pretty solid SUVs. You know, but like, hell, even their trucks were a bit better. Like I drove a Nissan Frontier. I mean, that engine's pretty good in it. That little V6 is pretty good in it. Makes decent power for it. But and I don't mind the cheaper interior in the truck, but washboard ride, man, washboard ride, terrible. Both in the Frontier and also in the Titan. Um, but Nissan made good cars, and then the year 2000 rolled around. In the year 2000, sorry, I'm trying to be quiet. The year 2000 rolled around, and everything just went to hell in a handbasket, and now Nissans are basically just Japanese Pontiacs. All the good stuff they have has been withered on the vine for too long without proper replacements, and all their base model cars are just driven by, there's no other way to put it, white trash and white trash associate kind of people. Cruel, but not exactly untrue. And so Nissan gets into D tier, and really their history and the fact that they did make good cars in the past, and the fact that they would buy the good cars in the past is the only reason that they are in D tier. But modern Nissan, ugh, I'd sooner saw off my leg with a rusty spoon. Opel, good old Opel from Germany. Opels are basically just German Chevrolets. Not to say that they made bad cars. In fact, a lot of the good cars that they've made have been imported over here to GM, like the Opel Insignias are basically just a new Buick Regals, especially the Insignia wagon, which is basically just the aforementioned Touareg. So they make good cars. Um, Aside from that, though, they're all right. They're not brilliant. They're not the best. They're kind of on the cheap side. They kind of have their issues, as is the GM division and all that, but they're fine. There's just nothing special about them. So D tier Opel goes. Controversial opinion, I know, but I fucking hate Subaru so much. I have never driven a WRX STI or any WRX in general. No, I've only driven one WRX. I think was a base model, but I've never driven like an STI, Subaru, Subaru, which all the vaping little monster snapback wearing douchebags tell me is like the greatest thing on the face of the planet. You know, I'm sure maybe the Subaru WRX STI, if I were to ever drive one, like the ones from like the mid 2000s, probably would change my opinion. But I've driven plenty of other Subaru cars. I hate them sincerely. I hate Subarus so much. I've driven Foresters, Crosstreks, Outbacks, Legacy, Outbacks, Ascents. I've driven, everything besides maybe the Legacy as far as modern Subaru is concerned, and like the aforementioned STIs and stuff like that. I hate them. I hate them so much. They're, I don't think they look very good. They're practical, but the practicality is not really there. The interiors are really cheap and nasty feeling. They're not very comfortable. The flat four engines that they make don't have a lot of power and they suck up gas like it's nothing. Their CVTs are awful and whiny. There's not a lot of performance to them. Really, I do not understand the appeal of Subarus. I mean, okay, if you live in the Pacific Northwest or you live somewhere like near Vermont or something and you need all-wheel drive and you're outdoorsy and granola and free of the trees and all that type of shit. If you're like that, then yes, Subaru has an appeal, but from like a I from like someone just dr- evaluating these as cars, not as like lifestyle brands or anything, but just as cars. Subarus are absolutely god awful vehicles. I've driven a Subaru Forester from 2001, god awful. 2005, god awful. 2015, god awful. Same complaints I have all the time. They're not very comfortable, their interiors are cheap, and the flat four engines make zero power and waste tons of gas doing it. They're 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 garbage. I do not understand the appeal that makes people buy Subarus to begin with. There's so many other SUVs I can think of that are better. And yes, they've got all-time all-wheel drive, which is great if you live, which I'm sure all the people who buy Subarus here need all the time, every time it rains maybe an inch or so. But there's other all-wheel drive wagon SUV options that work just as good, and are infinitely more reliable and infinitely better to drive. I will never understand Subaru at all. I will never own a Subaru in my life. Not even some of the weird oddball stuff like the SVX or the XT6 or whatever. And again, I'm sure if I drove a WRX STI, I might feel a little bit differently about it. But I've driven too many pedestrian Subarus in my lifetime, and they are just I hate them so much. I really hate them a lot. So, Land Rover. Okay, so I have actually driven a couple Land Rovers. I have not driven a full, big, stinking um, Range Rover. I've never driven like a proper Range Rover before in my life. I don't think the well, I don't think. But I have driven both an LR4, so like the last generation of the Boxy Discovery, and I've also driven an Evoque. I've actually driven an Evoque all the way from Rancho Cucamonga, from San Diego to Rancho Cucamonga for a customer, and then back when the deal didn't go through. And I do have to say, I do get the appeal behind Range Rovers. Their interior behind Land Rover. Their interiors are really nicely built. They look very nice for the most part. They've got some kind of things to them. They ride really nice. Depending on the engine, they make plenty of decent power. They've got all the bells and whistles and stuff. Again, depending on the model, practicality is good. I get the appeal of why people are suckered into buying Range Rovers. At the same time, though, I will not buy a Range Rover because I am not, or a Land Rover just because I'm not that stupid. I know they're unreliable. I know they're money pits. I know they have bad reputations for a reason, people. And when I look at like the classic Range Rover like the classic Range Rovers, like the first generation Range Rovers, or I look at the second generation Range Rovers from like 1994 to 2001, the P38 models, or even like the not the newest ones, but like the previous gen ones. I look at them and I'm like, wow, these are actually really really solid cars. I kind of like them. And then the part of my brain goes, dude, that thing's going to be on the flatbed more than it is going to be in your driveway. Just don't. And I'm like, thanks, Brian, you're right. So but they are good driving cars. They're very good driving cars. I totally understand why they have the appeal that they do, I know better, man. And I think a lot of people also know better because, even the people who like Range Rovers admit, yeah, I wish it didn't break down as much. Like they're masochists that acknowledge it. So gonna have to be in C tier. Like if they just got their shit together, they could easily be in B tier because they are good cars. You know, I can attest to that. But yeah, McCleary. Um, I'll be honest, I never really got the appeal of McLaren at all. They're too technical. They don't really appeal to me all that much. Even among supercars, like, if you're not like a big Formula One nerd and don't really understand the whole point of McLaren, I don't understand why you would buy one. Like if you buy like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or you know even something like maybe an Audi R8 or an Aston Martin or something like that, you can easily see the appeal and justify having it. The McLaren though, not really. I mean, McLaren, in my opinion, made one really solid car, and that was the original F1, which was a game changer. But outside of that, just for historical purposes, none of McLaren's cars have appealed to me. Not even like the hyper stuff, like the P1 or the Senna or the Speedtail or anything like that. They're not bad. But when you talk about like the 720S, the 675, the 625, whatever the fuck, I just think they're ugly. They don't have the best dealership experiences. I know all the horror stories about that. They're not very reliable, and the performance just isn't there. I don't get it myself. So McLaren is going in D tier. Oh, I am not going to make friends with this one. I don't like Saab. I've never liked Saab. I never will like Saab. I don't. I do not like Saab at all. And I know so many people love Saab and will defend Saab. Oh, they were so quirky. They were such great cars. Oh, they were this and this and that. Whatever. All I just see is like the ultimate annoying hipster brand. It's like Zoe Deschanel. It is so unbelievably quirky and different for the sake of being quirky and different that it just rolls right around back to obnoxious and irritating. you know. And I know there are plenty of Saab aficionados who hate what GM did to it, but let's be honest with ourselves, people. Saab would have gone the way of the dodo if GM hadn't stepped in. I'm not saying GM did a good job managing them. They didn't, because GM's going to GM. But at the same time, your quirky little Swedish brand would have been bust by 1992. Simple as. And the I just don't understand. Oh, you put the key inside the center console. Isn't that quirky? No, it's not. It's just annoying. Oh, but this light does this. Isn't that quirky? No, it's just annoying. You know, and I'm sure if I drove a Saab, I might feel a little bit different because people who love their Saabs swear by them. But then again, people who love anything with that big of a cult following tend to just become religiously devoted to it despite any flaws that an outsider might pick out. Kill the unbeliever! That sort of thing. I will never get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I never will. I don't like their cars. I don't like how they look. I don't like the weird quirkiness to them. I don't like them. And I don't like the cult following behind them, you know, and just whatever. And if you're gonna bitch at me because I put sub in F tier and I don't see the light, I really don't care. Oh, by the way, I did talk to your mechanic Sven Svensson over in Gothenburg. That water pump you ordered for your 9,000 turbo, 9,000 turbo, yeah, it's on back order for at least another 6 months, and it's not going to ship out until maybe the end of March of next year. So you should see it by December of 2024, and then you can finally get your 9,000 turbo out on the road again and enjoy it. Have fun.
in my garage with my Lamborghini. I'll, again, maybe this is just me getting older, but the older I've gotten and the more of a car guy I've become, the less supercars have appealed to me. Again, I've got the personality and back problems of an 80-year-old man, so just supercars have just kind of lost their luster with me, especially because, outside of a track day, you can't really push that thing to the limit on the roads, at least not unless you want to get in trouble with the popo. But I will say this much. Um, you know, I pre Volkswagen Lamborghinis, I do like and do respect. The Mira, the Countach, the Diablo, even the weird stuff like the Jarama and the Urraco and the Halpa and stuff like, and the Espada. Those are cool cars. I'm not going to deny they're not cool cars at all. Problem is, they're not very practical. Anyone who's driven a Countach says the exact same thing. It's pretty to look at. It's absolutely terrible to drive. And with modern Lamborghinis, Audi and Volkswagen made them more drivable and all that, but they've kind of lost their appeal. And to me, I just associate Huracans and Aventadors with obnoxious YouTubers more than I do like, you know, anything else. So, I wouldn't mind owning a classic Lamborghini, but I probably couldn't fit in it, and I would get tired of basically having to use a sledgehammer in order to execute a gear change on it. And with a modern Lamborghini, it holds no value to me. Again, I can respect the history behind it. The fact that Lamborghini basically said I can build a Ferrari but better and did. The fact that the Mira was the first mid-engine supercar that proved to everyone, hey, this can be used on the road and for road going car and it revolutionized everything, all that. But you know, just not my thing. Bentley. I do like Bentley. Took me a while to warm up to them though. Um, not saying that Bentley's perfect. The Bentayga exists. Need I say more? I honestly think the first couple generation Continental GTs have aged like milk. They really do not look good at all, especially compared to the newest one. Um, they've made rebadged Rolls Royces for a long time before the Turbo R came around. It kind of gave Bentley its own identity as a sporting Rolls Royce and that sort of thing. But I can appreciate something that's a bit sportier than a Rolls, something a bit more punchy and more fun to drive than a Rolls and that sort of thing. Um, yeah, so they've gone on my radar. They've been good. So yeah, Bentley's a B for Bentley. I don't like them as much as Rolls because I think they've had their fair share of stumbles like Rolls, but you know, not gonna not gonna dismiss it. Koenigsegg. Sorry, Chris. Yeah, I don't get the appeal of Koenigsegg at all. Again, they make fast cars. They make cars to do this and that and all that. I guess the fact that, with Saab and Volvo, we always view the Swedes as sensible and safe and boring and all that. And here's a couple mad lads basically making, supercars with supercharged Ford engines out of Mustangs and, making them so uncontrollable. You hit a tire wall and all that sort of stuff. But again, there's very little appeal to them. They look boring. The interiors kind of look garish. I mean, say what you will about Pagani, there's at least a certain je ne sais quoi to it being very Italian and flamboyant and all that sort of thing. Koenigsegg really doesn't have that. And for as much as they try to like make the fastest car ever, just kind of it's very much the same problem I kind of have with McLaren in that it ends up being boring, save for the styling, which looks kind of. So there is that.
Hold on. Sorry about that. Um, rev up the Lincoln and let's get to drinking some caffeine. Again, this is one I'm gonna try to not be biased towards because I've owned a Lincoln 1995 town car, great car. Sold it last year because I had some financial issues and it was having some issues of its own. But like it. Driven plenty of Lincolns before, actually. Not plenty, but enough. Like I've driven a '73 Continental Mark IV. I've driven a '77 and a '78 Continental Mark V. Driven a 2012 Navigator all the way up to Palm Springs. That was a that was something. And for the most part, I do like Lincolns a lot, especially what I call Lincoln's glory period. When they were making the the Suicide Door Continental from the '60s. They had the Continental Mark III, the Mark IV, the Mark V. The town cars from the '90s. I think have held up, and owning one myself, they're great cars that are comfy. Navigators, they're pretty solid. I would definitely take one over the Cadillac Escalade, despite the issues it has. But you know, Lincoln doesn't have a whole lot of appeal for enthusiasts. Not that I care about what enthusiasts think, but let's be honest here. When you think of Lincoln, if you don't think of the of stuff like that, usually you think either old person or airport taxi for a reason. I mean, they're comfy, reliable cars with good luxury trimmings in them, but they do not stir the soul like they should, except for weirdos like me, because I love Lincolns a lot. But I'm also not gonna say that Lincoln has always been flawless. They made their plenty of garbage before. The Taurus based Continentals, those are pretty terrible. The Continental Mark Six, terrible. The 1998 to 2002 town cars, awful. The Lincoln LS, horrible car. Um, their rebadged Ford Escapes, like the MK, their like crossover stuff, like the MKC and MKX and stuff, not all that good. The Blackwood, terrible. The Mark LT, terrible. And there was a time in the 2000s where they basically just made Fords with uglier grills and some slapdash trimmings on them. Thankfully, they've turned that around a bit. The Navigator, the Aviator, the Navigator and the Aviator have really solid interiors and they look all new and inviting. Even the new Continentals I've kind of warmed up to over the point, even though those are discontinued. But I'm not going to say that they didn't have their issues and they didn't have their models that sucked. So again, and there was a time when they were just rebadging Fords that were slightly nicer. But, you know, kill me if you want. I don't care. I like them. That's that. And I'd own plenty of Lincolns. I would. There's so many Lincolns I would own, it's not even funny. Oh, Chrysler, Chrysler, Chrysler. Um, ugh. A company that now only makes two models, and both of them are getting pretty old and long in the tooth. I mean, 300's still there, it's still popular, it's still selling, and it briefly revitalized them for a brief period of time because it kind of looked like a cheap Bentley, but, it's kind of gone down the toilet for a reason. The Pacifica, Chrysler's still number one in minivans, but minivans are a dying segment, so, you know, not really the best. And Chrysler has always had problems. Like, Dodge and Plymouth at least have their muscle cars to fall back on. Chrysler doesn't really have anything to fall back on. You know, aside from like the older New Yorkers from before the 80s, which were fairly nice cars, but still suffered from reliability issues. There's the Cordoba, which everyone only remembers because of Ricardo Montalban. Otherwise, it was not very good. But yeah, Chrysler's also made plenty of junk of its own as well. The
Not gonna say the minivans were junk, but they weren't. But minivans are mom vehicles. They're not meant to be inspiring to drive. But Chrysler's also made plenty of garbage of its own. The 200, terrible. The Sebring, awful. The 300M, ugly as sin and completely terrible to own. What else? Plenty of crap from Chrysler. Um, the Pacifica, not the new Pacifica, but like the old SUV based Pacifica, terrible. And of course, Chrysler did give us the PT Loser. And as far as I'm concerned, that alone is enough to condemn them to good old fashioned D category. Outside of a couple New Yorkers and maybe a specific model year of the new 300 or two, there is nothing from Chrysler I would want to own. No way, Jose. Not at all. Smart. I have had the unfortunate indignity of driving a smart car. It's terrible. Um, Weedy little engine that makes zero power, a CVT transmission that is absolutely terrible. Like, I'm not even kidding when I say this. For anyone who's never driven a smart car before, here's what driving a smart car is like with that CVT in it. You press on the gas, nothing happens. 5 seconds later, it jerks into gear, the car jerks forward unexpectedly, and then you start moving. I'm not exaggerating when I say that. And it's technically a 5 speed, but it only goes up to 4 in normal driving. You have to manually upshift, and if you slow down for any reason, it downshifts all the way back to 4, and you have to manually upshift again every single time. The structure is so top heavy that even a stiff breeze or just a truck passing by you is enough to veer you into the other lane. There's no space whatsoever. It's ugly as sin. The interior is cheap as chips. It's terrible. It is, objectively speaking, probably one of the worst, if not the absolute worst car I've ever driven in my entire life. And the only reason I could even drive it was because I could somehow fit in it. That's kind of the sad thing, in all honesty. Oh, Cadillac, 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 Cadillac. Oh boy. I have such a love hate relationship with Cadillac, it's not even funny. Because there have been plenty of good caddies throughout the past. All throughout the 60s, Cadillac made brilliant cars. I would still love to own a 60s Cadillac. Throughout the 70s, okay, I never really cared for the 71 through 76 Cadillacs. But the downsized ones, like 77 to 79, like DeVille's and Fleetwoods and stuff like that, I like those. I've driven a 78 Eldorado before. It's not my first choice, but, a little bit too cramped in the interior, but otherwise, fairly solid car to drive, very comfortable and smooth, what you'd expect a big Cadillac to be like. And then the 80s happened, and Cadillac tried cylinder deactivation, and it didn't go right. And they put diesel engines in their cars, and they were terrible. And then they made the HT 4100 4.1 liter V8. That was slow as hell and was completely unreliable. And then they downsized all their cars for 86 and 87, so they look shrunken and just were terrible little versions of themselves. And then they made the Elante, which cost $56,000 and tried to compete with the Mercedes SL, and it didn't compete with the Mercedes SL. Like, when the best car during your decade was the 87 through 89 Brougham, a car that was basically just the same car that you were selling back in 1977 and had a wheezing 140 horsepower carbureted V8 under the hood. If that was your best car of the decade, that's an issue. And then the 90s happened and Cadillac tried getting its shit together, and it kind of did. You had the fourth generation Seville, which was a fairly solid, sharp looking car, and the new Eldorado as well, which I had a new Eldorado. Well, not new Eldorado, but like, 1998 Eldorado, first car. And then you had the 94 DeVille and the 93 Fleetwood, last traditional Cadillac, last traditional rear drive, body on frame, V8 powered sedan. That's what we mean. You know, Then the North Star became standard, but everyone loved the North Star until it started killing itself way earlier than expected thanks to bad head bolts and completely tarnished it. That's why if you ever see a 90s Cadillac with only 2,000 miles on a place and it has a North Star in it, run for the hills. Trust me. And then they released the Catera, which was terrible. And then they released the Escalade, which in my opinion the Escalade is super overrated. I've driven a 2020 Escalade. There is nothing there that it does better than Suburban, other than give you an infotainment system that's 100 times more infuriating to have to navigate, and a ride that is way worse thanks to those big 21-inch rims. They're terrible. Escalades are honestly really, really bad cars. People don't know that, but they are. You know. Then they had the first generation CTS, which was better, but they were also selling it along the 2000 DeVille. That was an ugly, unreliable hunk of shit. And they made the XLR, which was basically a slower Corvette that cost $15,000 more. And even still, with stuff like the V Sport cars and you know the Escalade, which as much as the piece of junk that it is, it sells well. Their little CUVs they make are terrible. You know, it's had a long and storied history, Cadillac. There's plenty of Cadillac models I would own. There's also a lot I would not want to touch with a 39.5 foot pole because more than any other brand, when Cadillac gets it right, they're excellent. They get it wrong though. Ugh, it's terrible. And I've driven plenty of Cadillacs. Like I've said, I've driven their little cheap dinky CUVs. They're junk. I've driven a 94 DeVille, 2009 DTS, 1996 Fleetwood Brougham, 1989 Cadillac Brougham, 1978 Eldorado, ATS, second generation CTSs, Escalades. I've driven plenty of Cadillacs. There have been some I liked a lot, some I didn't. It's a very mixed brand with a very mixed bag and a very mixed reliability track record and model history. So in the middle it goes. Scion. I'll be honest here. I have no idea why Toyota decided to make Scion in the first place. It's not like it was really needed to begin with. You know, oh, you had funky cars like the Toaster and the FRS, but you still got rid of it anyway because it wasn't selling well. You know, I've driven a couple Scions. Like I've driven like the XD, driven an FRS, driven a both manual and automatic, driven a XB. They're all right. The interiors could be better on them. They all fill different purposes, but they're not what I would really go for. And really, I just don't see the point of it because you don't want the Toaster to sell in the same showroom as Bob Wonderbread's Corolla or Karen's RAV4. Like, I don't get it. I never understood it. They weren't bad cars. There just wasn't a point to them. Aston Martin, another brand that took me a while to warm up to. Um, they've had their issues. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think every Aston ever made has been created equal. I think the Zagato ones are pretty ugly. The DBX is god awful. The Lagonda is just total WTF in the worst way possible. And under Ford, they weren't exactly perfect. Yes, they did give us the Vanquish and the DBS and the DB9 and the DBS and all that. But they also saddled them with the crappy power shift SMG auto manual kind of gearboxes, which were absolute junk. Um, Mixed bag. There are some Aston Martin's models I wouldn't not mind owning. I wouldn't mind owning a DB9. Wouldn't mind owning a 77 V8 Vantage, the one that kind of looks a little bit like a Mustang, but is British. Um, the DB11, that's pretty solid. I do like that. I do like the fact that they're grand tours in the sense that they're not built for all out performance. They're just built to be comfortable, relaxing cars that are nicely appointed that you can take on a long day. And I feel like in this day and age, when everything's all about 0 to 60 times and horsepower and all that, a lot of people view that as kind of, but that's the kind of high performance motoring that I would do. So I do appreciate Aston for that. So for that, Aston does go into A tier, even if it's kind of borderline between A and B tier. Saturn, a different kind of car company. Well, it used to be. And then GM did what GM did and GM'd it up. Um yeah, there Saturn was like a huge revolution. I was born in 96, so it was not like, I was there at the genesis of Saturn, but I read a lot. I understood how big it was, completely different, completely autonomous from GM. Didn't share any parts at all, didn't share any things at all, just completely 100% different from everything else. And you know, they were, it's not like they were the best cars ever, but they were bulletproof little cockroaches that had decent dynamics all considered and, had fairly pleasant reliability records and everything. And then GM GM'd everything. They replaced the S series with the L series, which was worse. Then they gave us the Ion, which was absolutely terrible. My best friend Chris, his first car, 2005 Saturn Ion. Loved the memories we had in that thing, but that car was shit. Cheap GM plastic everywhere, a rough, weedy four-cylinder that sounded like a bucket of nails being shaken around in a paint shaker. Weird ass design decisions. Who the fuck thought it would be a good idea to put the speedometer in the middle of the dashboard? Seriously. But, you know, it lasted him until things happened, but yeah, it lasted him. Um, the, really the only car that Saturn made that anyone cared about was the Sky, but even that was basically just a Pontiac Solstice. That, of course, the Pontiac Solstice looked like it had an allergic reaction to something where the Sky was sleek and stylish, but that wasn't enough to save it. So, and is there any Saturn car I would own? The Sky, the Sky's kind of cool, but two-seater roadsters aren't my thing, and even then, I can think of other better stuff. I mean, unless it was a red line with a 5-speed manual in it, I don't see anything that had that I couldn't get in something else. So, good old F tier for Saturn. Actually, mm, borderline E tier just based on the strength of the Sky and the S series. But other than that, yeah, there's really no point. Oh, Pontiac, 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 Pontiac. Now, you guys should understand that I love classic Pontiacs. My favorite all-time car, 65 GTO. That is like my ultimate dream car is a 65 GTO. 77 Firebird Trans Am, love that car. Would love to own one of those at some point. I even, I like the 80s Firebirds. I would love to own like a GTA or a Formula Firebird with the TBI 350 small block in it. I think that'd be pretty cool, even if the interior is cheaper than cheap. Um, the old Grand Prix from like the 60s and even into the 70s. Those are pretty cool and stylish cars. The big Bonnevilles, had their fair share of ups and downs and all that, but they were pretty solid, all things considered. But at the same time, Pontiac did make a lot of garbage, like the Transport and the Montana and the G6 and the Grand Ams and the some of the front wheel drive Grand Prix and uh, and the Sunbird and the Sunfire. Don't even get me started on the Aztec. Yeah, people forget just how much crap Pontiac was shoveling out toward the end of its life. And yes, we did have blips like the Solstice and the GTO, which didn't sell well, but everyone then figured out, oh, it's a great used car bargain because it's basically just a Corvette without the old man stink on it. Hell, even the G8s are pretty solid cars, especially the GXP variants with 6.2-liter LS and the 6-speed manual. But that was all too little too late, and those are only like three models out of the other ones that were selling that were just junk. And I've been in plenty of Pontiacs during that time period. All their interiors are just nasty. They have, without a doubt, some of the cheapest interiors I've ever had the misfortune of, especially the Aztec. Ugh. Like even the G8 that I drove once, even that had a really cheap interior. Basically just felt like a BMW E46 interior that you got off of Wish.com. That's literally what it felt like. You know, and again, there's so many classic good Pontiacs out there, but there's also plenty of bad Pontiacs out there that are just complete and utter junk. So again, see it's here for them. Suzuki. I don't really know. I honestly don't know a whole lot about Suzuki. I'm just gonna put Suzuki at E tier just because I can't really give a fair impersonation. I can't say they're junk, but I can't say they're good either. And finally, Mitsubishi. I've not driven a whole lot of Mitsubishis at all. I think I only drove a Lancer 10 and I drove an Outlander, and that was about it. Didn't like either of them. Rough, rough engines and transmissions, really cheap interiors. Just not very good overall. I know that Mitsubishi has made good cars in the past, and there's certainly some Mitsubishis I wouldn't mind owning. The Starion, I think the Starion's kind of cool. The GTO slash 3000 GT, those are pretty cool. The Lancer Evo 6 through Evo 9s, those are pretty nice. I wouldn't mind owning some of those as sport compacts. I think they'd be pretty fun, fuck around kind of cars. Hell, I kind of even like the Monteros a little bit, but you know, Mitsubishi also has made its fair share of unreliable junk as well, and there's just a lot of stuff there. And like Nissan, they are a shell of their former self. Sad to say, and they just don't make good cars anymore. So, much like our dear friends Nissan, into D tier it goes. So there it is. There is all of the brands that there are. Very long, very rambling, but then again, you did click on this video, you did click on this channel. You probably have seen my videos at some point. You knew what you were getting into. So, yeah, that's about it. Thank you guys so much for watching this. If you like this video and want me to do more tier maker lists, although God forbid, I don't know why, you can easily leave a like or comment or whatever. Just tell me don't ever talk about this shit again. I won't mind. I do like to talk about cars a lot though. Um, so maybe a car devoted channel, possibly. I don't know. That's the dream anyway. But you know, brief little interim and all that. Don't worry, Resident Evil 4, the remake, is going to be ran through at some point. So is the Dead Space remake at some point. But other than that, take care, guys, and I will see you next time. Cheers!